Welcome to today's edition of Viewer Levels. Let's get into the levels. This is, we should note, likely to be a bit of a landmark stream in its own way, because this may very well be the last broadcast that we run on the Nintendo Switch 1. We are expecting to get the Switch 2 in later this week. And one thing that we'll be on the lookout for, of course, is whether the implementation of backward compatibility is going to break very much about Mario Maker, particularly as we see quite a lot of levels that push some of the technical boundaries of what this game is capable of, and some of the glitches that it is sometimes not the most graceful about handling. So there will be some testing back and forth, I'm sure, but in terms of our primary hardware, this is kind of going to double as our Switch 1 farewell. So let's give it a good send-off, beginning with the first level in the queue today from Turtle Like Salt, which is this very newly uploaded Speedrun Precision 22nd. That is apparently hard. There's no first clear on it yet, but I'm sure that if it's a 22nd level, somebody will get to it before I do. So, uploaded 5 minutes ago, says Turtle Like Salt. So, let's get into it, and let's do our best. Speedrun and precision, you say? Well, we're going to bump our head right off the bat. That's okay. We just need to fix up things like that. Triple jump, probably. We're close to it. There will be a little bit of back and forth with the on-off switches coming up shortly after that, it appears. And then on the platform, we actually want to run onto the platform before we get into the wall jumps, I think. We're supposed to wall jump up that stack, but we'll see what it amounts to very soon. Wait one moment, just fixing something with my streaming windows here. Let's give it another try. Yeah, a bit of a short hop here will probably do if we're meant to get onto the platform to reach the wall jump. Maybe even a tiny little spin jump there, just to pick up a bit of speed and minimize airtime. We'll figure that out as we go. As long as we stop bumping our head, of course. Looks like it should be pretty approachable as long as we don't bump our head, once again. I'm not in any sense a precision player. But if we just leave that jump slightly later than we think we should, then we should be okay with getting up that slope. It's not like there's any requirement to collect the coins, of course, so we just need to survive. And it's okay to be a little bit under the coins as long as we make it to the triple jump. It looks like there's a quick little on-off interaction that is there. The platform did lower very momentarily, so we just need to find a better entry angle into that wall jump. And we'll see how we do. Yeah, just overshooting slightly, and now that we're trying to leave the jump a little bit later to not bump our heads, but just need to find a sweet spot. And then, of course, finding it consistently after that will be a real challenge. One thing we often remark on here is that players who are very highly skilled at this game, the thing that distinguishes them is their consistency, their ability to recreate inputs that they've figured out. Oh, losing a lot of momentum there on the wall jump. That's only about 5 seconds in. We've got a lot to go, so who knows how approachable this will be for us. I usually do trolls as your first speedrun level. Yeah, that's fine. Like I said, I'm not sure if we'll get it necessarily, but we'll try to figure out what to do. We're not reversing very well into that wall jump. We're losing a ton of momentum there, making me thinking that we might be coming into it a little bit low. And, oh, whoops, and just not pulling out of it very promptly when we do hit the wall. This is a pretty big stretch over to the next jump. And then, oh no, it's going to be a spin jump out of that one, but will a spin jump get us far enough to get over to the piranhas? I'm not entirely sure, but we'll find out. That is a new record for us, though, to get on top of the wall jump stack. Oops. Once again, just not quite making the proper contact there against the wall. And so we'll just proceed and see how we do. Whoops. Aiming a little high. I mean, we'll essentially be rolling the dice in that one. Regardless, I don't know how consistently I can... Whoops, reach. So yeah, what's happening is that I'm pulling back, but I might be pulling back a little bit too early before landing a jump. So we're just bunching against the wall, and I'm, for some reason, not really making contact with the jump there. Whoops. I may be pulling back too soon in terms of the directional input. The jump has to go down while I'm pushing forward into the wall, of course. And then, yeah, we are just coming in too low there. Anyway. Too high. Again, I don't know how consistent we will really be, but... Whoops. Yeah, I'm trying to wall jump as quickly as I can, but because we're pulling back directionally, sometimes just whiffing completely on the jump. And we did manage to get up to that stack before. The question, of course, is how far can we actually travel with the spin heading to the piranha section? Nope. But we have to get back up to it first for that to be properly tested. Nope. Not quite making it. We want those jumps to be as full as possible, but it's actually the directional reversal that's throwing me off a little bit there, and our entry point here is not the best to begin with. Consistently kind of going a little high or low. Oops. And then, yeah, a little bit low that time. You can't always tell until we've made contact with the second wall whether we're on track, but the time that we were on track felt pretty smooth. We just hadn't read ahead to the piranha segment after that. So we'll just push on it until one of us falls over. Nope, still a little bit low. Maybe I'm slow on the wall jump. Maybe I'm not quite fully holding it the way I should be, but we'll definitely see what we can do with it. We are arcing a bit low coming out of that first wall jump, even when we are making contact, which makes me think there's some other adjustment we haven't quite made here yet. Nope. Placed a little bit high. And yeah, it might just be because we don't have a very good angle on the first wall and right to begin with. Such that we're coming in a little bit too low for what we need. Then too high, of course, and you hit the spike, so. So we're just trying to make it decent adjustment there. That will get us up to wall jump columns. And there will be quite a lot of crashing against that to come after that, of course. Unless we can find a very consistent method or rhythm to it. We definitely don't have that yet. We just haven't quite found a pocket that we only ever got once where we did get up the whole wall jump stack. Oh, that's a little bit better. It seemed like we were going fairly high on the first jump, but it didn't go too badly compared to some of the previous efforts. Yeah, so it's okay to be maybe slightly high on that. But it's hard to tell. I think with the jump over to the falling platform, we just need to be crisper on both the entry and exit. That's going much too high, though. So yeah, so far it's taking a little bit of guesswork to find the correct entry point there. And it seemed like the first landing on the wall was okay, but we just didn't have any sort of momentum going into the arc going back. So you end up with issues like that. Again, we might be letting up on the jump a bit too soon. 06i, welcome. I'll get to you relatively soon. I don't expect I'll necessarily make enough headway on this one to clear it. We've gone up this wall jump column that's not even halfway through. And we have had a bit of trouble getting back to it, so we'll try our best, but we may have to bail on this one. Yeah, at some point. You're thinking that the spins would be better in that location? Maybe so. I guess it is kind of expecting that it's going to be a spin jump off the very top wall jump. Didn't think it would get us to height, but it does give you a bit more horizontal movement. Unless, of course, you're thinking of a spin jump to get you a slightly quicker transition here. It's actually almost landing in the right spot. Yeah, I know you made a level, Turtle Like Salt, but very often we don't solve things the way the designers intend. I mean, you know, this level is, of course, fairly strict about the requirement, so we'll see. But if you spin there, I mean, you shave a little bit of the airtime, but you definitely don't quite get up to the wall. For the second wall, yeah, I guess so, because you would have the two tiles up. We didn't previously do it, and we made it just fine, though. The time that I actually did manage to get up the whole column. I noticed that at the very top, you definitely have to spin jump to get over the piranhas, but we did seem to get past the third block previously. Well, we'll see. And 06i, you just paid off your Switch 2 for good, just 3 more days until pickup. Yeah, I should pay mine off as well, actually. I technically have a night of the 4th launch where I am. But I expect I'll be in the checkout queue for it for quite some time, because I will not really be able to make the pickup time well in advance. I can't really go an hour too early, for instance. So instead of waiting a lot before the posted time, I expect to be waiting quite a long time after the posted time while everybody finishes their payments if they haven't done so already. But yeah, that's coming pretty soon. We will absolutely be streaming it in some capacity. One thing that I was saying earlier, which we definitely have to do actually, is that because of the way the backwards compatibility is implemented in Switch 2, we should actually check edge case levels or glitch levels or anything like that in Maker 2 to see if anything is broken, because there's a lot that Nintendo's internal testing with how to expect Mario Maker to work might not have picked up with the way that Mario Maker 2 runs on one system versus the other. We'd be very interested in knowing if it breaks anything critical. People who are more systematic glitch researchers will do a much better job of that than we can here, of course, but it would still be useful to know some of that. Tactics 47, welcome. Hope you've been doing well. You think I have to Z or it's almost impossible? I know that's definitely true of the, like this location here, where you get high enough. You were saying Z on the second wall. I wasn't exactly sure what you meant by that, unless you meant sort of on the bounce back, because we did make it up further previously. But yeah, we'll try it. I'm doing it just a tad early there. All right, let's try again. Yeah, Tactics 47, you'd be interested to know that a few days ago we were actually trying out the demo of a new word game here, which hasn't really been that stress tested by serious word game players yet. Did I actually have a bot command for it? I don't think I did, actually. Never mind that then. Thought I did for some reason. Oh well, that's okay. We'll... But it's... Oh, wordplay. That's why. Hang on. Let's see if I actually put in the appropriate command. There it is. Wordplay, not word game. So yeah, it's something that's been sort of circulated in game design circles, but not a lot of people who are, you know, very experienced word game players have really taken a proper look at it, and so we give that a bit of an initial pass. It's not the complete product yet, but definitely there's some transferability of skill, even as is. Whoops, okay. Yeah, so you're still thinking of spin on a second one, but it seems like we're just still going too low on the second one. So we're only going to push on this a few more attempts, I think. We'll try to get up that column again, because that is the best we've done. And Mail64, welcome. Yeah, I'm trying to land it with a spin jump now on the second one where you bounce back, but I'm not getting high enough to land it to begin with. I'm not sure how we managed to make it earlier, because the time that I did make it up that column, it went really quite smoothly. Oops, not on this one, of course. Spin will be on the next one. But yeah, we're just a little bit sloppy about executing the wall jumps themselves. We'll stick with this slightly longer, and then I'll be eager to get to the next submission. So, I mean, there are enough players that are good at this sort of thing that I'm sure first clear is going to come fairly quickly, if it hasn't already. But, well, we'll know when we tap out of this. Whoops. Yeah, we're just not really landing that wall jump at all, actually. It's a bit awkward. I'm trying to spin off of that, but again, we're just not making contact. So we'll give it a few more tries and see how we do. I'd like to make at least one more push up that column, but again, we've only seen that once, so our ability to recreate that has not really been the best. Just a lot of crashing against this repeatedly. Yeah, oh, just whiffed the spin jump. I am kind of pulling away from the walls too soon. That's a frequent input issue for us on wall jumps, is when we're trying to do them a little bit too eagerly. Yeah. Well, we'll tap out for the time being. We are a long ways off from it, as you can see. Clear check time is actually fairly generous on a timer. It's not terribly strict, so if we're able to actually make it to the top like we previously did, so it was on the 5th wall jump that you would definitely need to spin to get across to the piranhas. We were trying to get back to the point that we saw that so we could read it again, but we just never managed to get up there. We just never managed to get that wall jump down again, so it seems like it would take quite a lot more effort to just get there consistently enough to crack this. So good luck to whoever does get it. Let's move on. And thank you once again for the submission. 06i, let's see what we've dialed in today. This looks like a very familiar code for some reason. Oh, maybe not. It's not something I've seen. Sculpture making. I was just talking about what this concept appears to be, in fact. Let me put this through to machine translation. Also notice the world record is held by Manchifu, who is a Japanese maker we're very familiar with in both Maker 1 and 2. I recognize his avatar immediately. Let's take a look. We actually featured his Maker 1 levels pretty extensively when we ran Maker 1 last year. I'm talking about the fellow in the world record, not the maker here. The maker here, I may be familiar with them, but see, this is Kanok. Yeah, I actually have seen some of the ones on this list. Maybe you sent some of them, in fact. The machine translation of the Japanese says, this is a puzzle where you break brick blocks to make the same shape as the sample. If you break too many blocks or enter the door before the shape is made, you will fail. So, I'm very curious about how this is implemented, because this was made back in 2020 in the first year of the game. Even back when Mario Maker 2 launched, I had something in my notes about, I wonder how you would implement specifically this concept. And I was thinking about it relative to exactly this concept in Splatoon 2 Octo Expansion, which we were just talking about on my last stream, because we were playing a series of puzzle levels where you kind of have to carefully carve out coins with a P-balloon to make specific paths and shapes. It was in Splatoon 3 too, that's right, you just reminded me. I remember first seeing it in Octo Expansion, but yeah, I wonder what the implementation is like and how it works. Oops, well, we'll see, because we busted it, so it's probably spawn blocks, right? That if you just hit the wrong kinds of blocks, then you get some kind of spawn block that has like a blaster obstruction that checks against something. It wouldn't be a rail because it's a 3D world, but I've seen similar validation systems used with just blaster blocks. Actually, it's going to be with dropping crates that preclude the correct object from landing in the right location. Yes, because it gives you a key. Okay, I understand how this works. I'll try to describe how it works. Okay, so this is how it works. The spiny there holds a key. In order for it to give you the key, it has to follow the correct pattern of blocks that would then allow it to land inside that P. when the P-switch expires, the Spiny dies, you get a key, and then you land in a warp block that takes you successfully to the next level. So what happens is that every time you break one of these bricks, it is uncovering a crate that is stacked in the same location. If it's uncovering a crate that is stacked in the same location, the crates drop into the pit to create the path. So once you've created the correct path, and this is going to be a little tricky, once you've created the correct path, then you get the bricks that flatten out a pathway for the Spiny to wander over and be nuked by the P-switch. When it gets nuked by the P-switch, then you proceed. Otherwise, you drop into the abyss. So very elegant, in fact, in terms of how this was figured out. Surprisingly simple technical solution. Whoops, no, and we lost again. So as you can see, it's going to be obstructed this time because... Or rather, when we break something we're not supposed to break, you get other objects like the piranha, for instance. And so there are a couple of checks to basically distort the path if you break too many or too few. You break too few, you just don't get enough crates to make the path. You break too many, as we did, then you get other things happening. You know what? We can just bust these from the bottom. Oh, no. Just missed. Let's start over. But yeah, really interesting how the validation was actually made here. Whoops. Okay. Nope. Again, have to account for the lag time of the hammer. So, Fabiotics, how did it check you broke the topmost bricks? You know what? Let's take a look. Well, if it breaks the topmost bricks, then wouldn't it just drop too many things and obstruct the Spiny from walking over? If it obstructs the Spiny from walking over, then... So, for example, let's just break too many and just break the one on top. Like that. Let's see what drops. I don't see why that problem would be any different, right? Because in this case, if you break something you're not supposed to break, then it just drops a piranha. And this being 3D world, you would have collision issues with that, right? So yeah, the top blocks, there's no difference between how these are implemented, I think. Every time we've broken something we were not supposed to break, we've seen a piranha. Every time we've broken something that we are supposed to break, we've seen either a blaster or a crate. Crates for any single tiles, blasters for any columns, like this 2-column here. This would give you a blaster, and then down here, I think it probably has a piranha on that stack. Well, let's watch. Yeah, piranha, and then the blaster was displaced in a totally wrong location, as you can see, because of the way that it was dropping. So once again, we need to account for the wind-up time of the hammer because we've been breaking too many things. Oops. Okay. You know... Why don't we just do that instead? Instead of using the hammer for everything. There will be some eventually where we need to use the hammer, I bet, but ground pound might actually be slightly better, as much as we complain about ground pound cancel as a mechanic. So yeah, as you can see here, when the P-switch expires, Mario entering the warp block with a key in tow is going to take priority over him dropping into the abyss, and so we get through like this. Oh, because this is room 2, okay. And then you build this shape here. We can do that. really careful. And... whoop. That was a little more dangerous than I bargained for here. We're going to overshoot one of these days, I'm sure. Yeah, Mail64, if you have a playtest or even an older level to send me, just go ahead and throw it in. I'm sure there are alternate paths in some of the ones we've seen recently that we haven't properly explored yet. We're still pretty early on in this queue, so... okay, let's do the heart. But yeah, I'm very impressed with the way that this is implemented. I always kind of wondered how this concept would work, and to see that the implementation was actually very instantly understandable kind of underlines how resourceful this was for something built in 2020 as well. Still on the 2.0 era of patches in this game. Not that the later patches would make much of a difference to this concept, I think. Because, yeah, by this point, this was when P-blocks had been introduced in 3D World. I'm trying to think, because I know there was something critical that was introduced a bit late in 3D World. I think it was the single-tile on-off blocks, single-tile red and blue blocks. But there were definitely a few critical mechanics that were a little bit late coming. Always super jumping those old 3D World levels. Yeah, early on, you had a lot that just wasn't tested against such mechanics. Oh, no, too much. You know what, let's just take to death. That's why we shouldn't punch in that aggressively. Otherwise, everything just gets walled off like that, and then we'll start at the most recent checkpoint. Okay, back to the heart. Let's just carve this out. We're not using the hammer very much, because I don't feel particularly precise with it. That seems to match. And Mail64, you're saying you did manage to clear check in time for something new. I'm looking forward to it. Very satisfying to pop right through at the same time you see the success bell on the Spiny getting nuked. Okay, let's not be too ambitious about this time. Okay. And then let's do it here. That was not too much. Okay, good. Top two here. Kind of wonder what Manchufu was doing to do this in 3 minutes. Probably, you know, just nice straight ground pounds through a lot of this stuff. And then one more over here. Yeah, one thing we haven't really been checking for is breaking too few, but if you break too few, then it just doesn't drop the crate that you need in order to create full stack. Because, as we were observing, every brick that you're supposed to leave in place, once you have the P-switch activated, you have crate fall through that instead. What do you think? Let's take a look. Everything neatly stacked. And with some of the blasters being blocked as well. Mantos43, welcome. Thank you for this mission. We will get her soon. Now, why are there 2 pipes here? Just a little bonus. If you really need that one up for endless. Yeah, not much in the queue currently, so hopefully we'll get to all of the levels that are in soon. Now this one will require a hammer because of this little bit here. So we'll have to be careful. We should start with that bit. Just to be clear about what we're doing. It's after the 4th column. There we go. Yeah, a single stroke there will do it. We should keep that in mind because that's the way to do it. Okay. Yeah, we don't actually need to cancel out the jumps the way I've been doing. We actually just need to let go and he'll just break one at a time. Basic Mario mechanics that we never really think about. Because when do you use them? Does that roughly match? I think it does. And once again, let's go to the next room. Okay, now this is getting pretty interesting. It's almost like an hourglass. No, it's more like a cup. Alright, then let's make sure we do what we can. I actually think that the way to do this would be to stand on a crate and then do a nice clean stroke. But let's think about this as we go. Yeah, because you carve out 2 here. Carve out 2 here. And then we need to create this area in the middle. Which... well, let's do this. I don't know if any of you recall the puzzle in Day of the Tentacle where you get one of the marble sculptors to break his statue by changing out his right-handed hammer for a left-handed hammer or the other way around. This is what it feels like sometimes to swing this thing. Let's see. If we stack one crate, stack, oops, let's do crates, and then we swing like this, then we break pretty cleanly. So maybe that's the way to do it. And then, from that point on, well, let's see, because we created 2 spaces there, we want to turn that into 4. And we don't want to... oh, that was risky. Okay, and then we toss here, and we do it like this. So that's the method. I feel like we're going to run into time trouble after this, too. Yeah, the way we're doing part of this was actually kind of dangerous. Let's do this. Whoop, let's not whack it too soon. That. And then... whoa, that was risky. Then we bust it this way. That looks good. The crate ability came in pretty handy here, in fact. I was looking for an excuse to use it. And look at that, we even have our own little sculpture gallery at the end. Because, well, that's what the level is called, right? So. Thank you once again for the recommendation, 06i. Very well chosen. Yeah, I know I've seen this profile before. I don't know how much of it we played. It is one of the really popular Japanese ones. But yeah, we actually haven't covered very much of it. We might have to do a more comprehensive top-to-bottom look at a couple of the big Japanese profiles like this at some point. Because it's something I've been meaning to do for some time, you know, especially with things that we just don't see on viewer levels very often. So we have to keep this in mind. I know I've seen this maker around, we just haven't played very much of this. Mail64, do you want me to bump you back one spot? Is that what you're asking me to do? Can you get after this one? As in, you want me to rotate Mentos ahead of you, or what? Please confirm in chat what you mean. Because if you would rather go after Mentos 43, I can do that. But I will wait for you to speak up on that. So I know what you mean when you say, can I get after this one? Okay, yeah, let's do that. Let's rotate. And let me just make sure the list is still in the correct order. Okay, let's take a look at Mentos first. EJX. Kaizo Light plus hard wall jumping. Yeah, let's take a look. This is from November 24, and 2%-ish is pretty high for that kind of thing. So let's take a peek. If we aren't sick of wall jumping from the earlier level we saw. Okay, guess we'll just do it. We want a bit more forward momentum just on full jumps. Because then we need all the buzzy timing to line up properly, no doubt. Oh, whoops, hang on. There's a bit of risk of overshooting the first one here. I feel like timing might matter for some of this. I wonder if you're supposed to catch the second one there, or the first one. Or if it matters. It looks like the timing is sort of implying the second one. So it drops out one, but then one of the buzzy shells is going to collide forward. I feel like we have to catch the first one, actually. You want me to catch the second one? Okay. Yeah, I guess you're preventing a collision between the two shells, if that's the case. Then bomb kicks. Second bomb kick, we were just a little out of position for that. It's going to be a second consecutive bomb kick after that one, and then probably ground pound down to down arrows. Yeah, the only thing about the second buzzy shell is that as you approach it with that fall, it is off camera, which is why I felt like it was a bit of guessing that it was doing there, but it's okay. Yeah, but it totally is off camera unless you really know it's coming. Oh, no, I was trying to ground pound there, and we just missed. Or, oh, maybe it's pointing down, not because of ground pound, but because you need to do 2 more consecutive spins. Let's go back and see. Mail64, you're saying somehow the big computer in the house connects and everything loses internet? Interesting. Are they all on the same wireless band, or do you have any of that wired? Because it is usually possible in your internet router settings to potentially set like a priority. Sometimes possible. I won't say usually possible. Routers are things that come in all finicky shapes and sizes and configurations. Abiotics, thank you for joining the queue. We'll hopefully look at that fairly soon. Oops. Yeah, I'm hoping with the Switch 2 that the connectivity is going to be a little bit better overall. Particularly just the Bluetooth connectivity to controllers, where I find that the Joy-Cons were always a little bit short range and easily interfered with. You know, even if you just have someone's leg in the way or something. But some of the internet as well, for sure. So it seems to be telling me down first, perhaps. Like we kick the bottom bomb and then the second bomb. With some continued spins. That's how I'm understanding it. We didn't follow it that way, but I guess we go down and we follow the track because it lands on the bomb down below. So we'll gotta do that. And yeah, we're just shying from this jump a little bit too much. Oops, nope, that was a bit of a mistake. Yeah, you're supposed to kick that over into the pit in the right side because there's an on-off switch that is hidden under the grinder in that location. That is what allows the top bomb to proceed after that. No, I kind of needed to double tap that to tap it over. Like maybe just short bounces on that. The timing might not be what was necessarily intended. I think we were floating up a little bit too much, and so the on-off switch activation came in a little bit later than we wanted necessarily. So if you drop directly down like that, that should be better as long as we make the last spin jump there, of course. Except I do need to get over the wall when I do that. That's the thing. You land on a platform on the other side, jump up, and then start wall jumping off the one-way panels. Yeah, I just hesitated a bit too much there while figuring out what was going on. Nope. I want to hang right for that. We were too slow. Oops. And yeah, we'll see. There are definitely some places where full jump seems to be intention. We had hit the first one by mistake. We did. How did that happen? You're thinking that full jumps give us a better timing in the bomb section? Yeah, I guess we should try that. Yeah, I guess that's the intended timing. Wasn't necessarily obvious from the way that it seemed like I needed to improve on my timing on the bottom bomb, but of course if you're not consistently doing the same kind of jump, then all kinds of things can happen. Oops. I guess sometimes with a lot of levels that, you know, full jump everywhere is sometimes implied. Definitely that's sort of implied with the buzzy timing at the very beginning. Whoops, we just knocked that out. Yeah, managed to make that regardless. And there we go, there's the flag. Let's take a moment to settle. And then see how we're doing. Whoops. Just trying to get up to the one up there, and we just missed. And that's okay, we're at checkpoint. It's just a lot of twirls on the way down after this wall jump. And then... oh, let's just try to climb this a little bit more accurately. Missed the vine up there. I wonder if the vine actually gets you anything. Let's check. No, it's nothing. Thought I'd check. This totally looks like a lock, by the way, if you're able to improve your height well enough. I don't think you can necessarily, but I wouldn't take my word for it. Also, we always check. Yeah, here we can just drop down below. I don't think we really need the second twirl, actually, if we just get decent height up there. Well, maybe we do, just to stabilize. You asked me, do I want to collect the 1-ups without dying? Oh, we probably should have tried it, but it wasn't really critical. Very well-placed sound effect there. And then let's just be a bit more careful here. You're saying that's the hardest part of the level? Well, we'll see. Yeah, we actually do want to slide down just to realign our wall jumps a bit. Exactly where it's suggesting, with all the P-blocks. Because we don't want to go too high here. We want to be a bit more exact with our pattern. A bit lower. Maybe even a spin wall jump on that first one. Oh, whoops. No, didn't want to hug the pipe there. We wanted a nice smooth angle down, which we were not quite getting. Yeah, sometimes when you see the little gaps like that, it's better to do the spin wall jump. And then, yeah, you kind of need to get under that corner without touching the corner of the protruding pipe, because that totally dunks you. Whoops. So, let's just see. And yeah, we're trying to follow the coin trail. I mean, seeing indicators doesn't necessarily mean we'll execute things that nicely. Yeah, Mail64 Deltarune is getting a Switch 2 version. I thought we knew that from the announcement, right? Or was it unclear whether it was also coming to Switch 1? I have not played Deltarune in any capacity. I played a little bit of the original Undertale when it came out a decade ago, but I never really did anything too comprehensive with it. And so I just never kept up with Deltarune. As I understand, it's been distributed in a number of chapters serially over a number of years, right? And that the next major release, or possibly its completion, was expected soon with Switch 2, or am I completely mistaken on that score? Nope, trying to wrap around down there. And you're saying they changed the application so there's a demo now, but the demo doesn't share the saves with the old game. Oh, you mean with the existing installation of Deltarune with the early chapters on Switch 1? If that's what you mean. Nice helmet, welcome. Yeah, we just want to curve our way. Nope, again, we are hitting the pipe. That's the issue. We're just not quite getting the arc that we want. The angle needs to be pretty good there. Whoops. And yeah, thank you for the submission. Nicer helmet. Now, just a word of warning, if you don't have dashes in your level code, the bot might not properly pull it up later when it's your turn. And I might have to ask you for that again manually, but we'll see, because it will still be in my chat log. It's just that the display might have issues. But regardless, if we have issues with your code, you can just re-enter it later, and we'll sort that out manually. So you're saying only 2 chapters of Deltarune were released so far, but you don't know if saves will carry over to the Switch 2 version at all then, because of how it's implemented. Yeah, there's a lot with the migration that is a question mark right now, I think. like I've been saying, I'm very interested to see if anything in Maker 2 is going to break with the way that the backward compatibility is implemented and with the change in hardware. Because there are quite possibly things in Maker 2 that break on Switch 2 that were never tested for by Nintendo because they were not considered intended behaviors in the first place. And I'm sure people other than myself will do much more knowledgeable and comprehensive glitch testing, but let's try to get in a little bit higher. No. Yeah, we just don't have a good angle on that yet. The coin trail obviously gives you the recommendation, but being able to hit that accurately is another matter. Yeah, we're trying to do the double twirl. The double twirl is still kind of on cooldown by the time I get to the muncher, though. And so that's why we haven't been able to land it so far. We might have to do the first twirl just a tiny bit earlier. No, and I am once again just hitting the pipe, which is not great. The thing about the NSMBU twirl is that it does make your angle a little shallower, which is not the case with the 3D World twirl. And we're supposed to use that properly over where the coin trail is. It seems very much intended. But we actually have to do it, so. Got it. And now we actually have to get over this. Wait, or is that just an optional one up? I think it's just optional. Let's just take this. That's a nice little bit of trickery here, of course. And look at that, it even gives you those extra little P blocks at the end just to fake you out. Okay, very nice, thank you for that. Okay, Mail 64 for real this time. Let's take a look. And HMWWD, welcome. Thank you for the submission. As I've been telling people, if you don't have dashes in your level code, the bot might have some issues pulling it up later, and it might have to ask you for your code again when you come up, but it's okay. We can manage it manually if there are any problems. Crossing Styx River, I see cannon boxes galore. And this is a preview build. Let's take a look at it and see how we do. Just freshly uploaded as a playtest. But yeah, welcome to the stream. We'll hopefully get to your submission before too long. HMWWD. Okay, let's see. Mushroom here. Obviously, bringing the crates with us might lead to something interesting, but we'll find out what. I'm absolutely going to take one. Oh, it's a little boat. Okay. Notice that... Well, never mind. I was thinking that you could just block your own series of blasters if you just drop a crate in front of it, right? Can't you do that? But I guess the crate would run on a conveyor, so... Okay, so you got on-off over here. Do that. Oh, I'm trying to do the wall jump pickup here. Oh, that's okay. We could do that too. You know, interestingly enough, you can totally use the crate to manipulate the Ant Trooper positioning. Potentially. Whoop. Oh, that was a bigger drop than I realized. Oh, missed a mushroom. It's too bad. And then we just got whacked by a bullet. Alright. This one is the one after the one from last week in sequence? I see. I don't quite remember the sequence, to be honest. But we'll get up, pop that. So yeah, the thing I was looking at was We just do that. Oh, no, it just keeps going. But we have the extra crate there. Does that break anything? Well, I guess it just kind of sticks there, right? But it sticks there anyway, normally. If I'm not mistaken. Well, let's see. And I'm not big, so we can't do too much here when it comes to the regular bricks. And then that's going to fall. We try not to get squished by that. Oh, also, I guess, yeah, because these get taken apart in sequence then. That seems to be the intention. And then gradually, that gets taken out. Interestingly enough, though, if we... I'm definitely thinking about what you can do with the crates where you can actually manipulate some drop positions, but I don't know that we'd be able to do much with it. This totally looks like some kind of trap up here. The bomb is obviously going to be a scroll break. The skull platform... Not the skull platform, the snake block is what we saw earlier. Let's try to pop that out of the way. And what happens if we go back this way? Oh, just troopers galore. And then you can respawn this. Now, if you respawn this, what do you do with it? You drop the blaster. That doesn't actually accomplish much. Oh. Okay. Now let's not get whacked by the blaster. As we jump over. Now, what happens if... Oh, that totally looks reachable in some way. Nope. That's way off. I guess if you have a cat climb, or maybe that's a passage that goes left or right. And so, yeah, this one's supposed to be 7-4, hence the castle theme. Cross HC, welcome. Thank you for the submission. HMWWD, you think I sound like a scientist? Well... I mean, many ways to be a scientist. So, you know what? We actually hadn't considered just releasing this and seeing what happens. I mean, it would break the crate, but what else would it get done? Eventually, if we just release it that way, because maybe something optional and strange could happen. No, not really. Everything will stick here anyway. Yeah, so that's what's supposed to happen normally, is that it unloads like that. It didn't do that when we blocked it with the crate earlier on. Oh, whoops. Also note that with the Podoboos bouncing around, it might be possible to manipulate their position to maybe speed one's way over to the bomb. But we'll try a couple of different things here. Just for testing purposes. Maybe we'll even see a progressive power-up someday. Yeah, so let's do that. Have a little blocking piece there once again. Oh, that broke. Well, so much for taking a crate. But we can break some of this stuff. And if we break some of that, then this opens up, and this would actually give you an early scroll break then, wouldn't it? After... No, because this would still drop at some point. So I don't know if there's anything that this extra blaster here, haven't been unblocked, would necessarily get us. But we'll check a few things. And then maybe try to get over this with great difficulty. Oh, nope. That didn't go as sneakily as I hoped. That was a bit fancier, though. So yeah, it looks like there's some manipulation that would be possible here where... Well, we'll see. I actually kind of wonder what's the crate throw. Like, if you have a blaster drop on top of a crate throw, whether we can do something with that. Yeah, so looks like we haven't really gotten ourselves into a position where that would be reachable. So let's just continue. And I love Bem, welcome. Thank you for the submission. Oh, lava is going up. Okay, yeah, this totally is a cat level. If the semi-solids didn't already make that obvious. We get to play a bit with the cat mechanics then. Anything up here? Up here? Nope, I guess not. Let's come here before lava comes. Actually, lava goes back down, so maybe there's something we can do with that fact. There's a crate down there in the bottom middle. There are a whole bunch of crates, actually. Oh, okay. No, that's as high as it goes. We're going to try some things down there just to see. Oh yeah, that's totally something. Oh, no. Dove a little too aggressively. You're supposed to dive in there, or at least jump in there to do the cat climb over to the warp block. If we can manage to get the cat, we'll do that, but we are, of course, just back to a mushroom alone, so possibly that opportunity has passed. Whoops, that opportunity has definitely passed. And yeah, one came in 5 days until the switch to, or 4 for you, since it's the first. Yeah, I will have mine in hand the night of the 4th. Depending on how long everybody takes that checkout. Which I expect to be long, because I can't actually get to my nighttime launch very early, so it's going to be a bit of a wait on my end, perhaps. You know, you don't need the cat. We can just do this. That's a lot of crates that are going to break, though. Whoops. Unless we really bop some of this stuff. Whoops. And there are 4 paths or so in the checkpoint area, yeah. Let's look flexible. A lot of crates coming up, in fact, to help you. Which we hadn't considered earlier. Yeah, in fact, the crates going down low is what also allows you to, whoops, cross over near the end there. But anyway, we do see a path to hitting that warp block. We should be a little better about taking out some bonsais to make sure we are able to get across that with many of the crates intact. But yeah, this may very well be our last stream on the Switch 1. That's actually what I'm currently expecting. Whoops, totally missed the long jump there. You really wish that there was an item that would float any other styles like the crates do here, yeah. Yeah, 3D World in this game just has completely different collision logic, as you know, and that leads to all kinds of interesting consequences. Oops, I completely missed that. We almost made that look fancy. Yeah, 06i, the thing is, for my particular pickup, I don't think they're requiring that everybody is fully paid off ahead of time. I know they do that in a lot of places when it comes to things like Midnight Pickup, but I don't believe that's the case with my retailer. So I expect that it won't just be the ID. I think there's probably going to be a lot of billing. And the thing is, they also have a limited amount of drop-in availability. They have a certain number of units that apparently are available for drop-in for those who have missed the pre-order windows and still somehow managed to find a desperation to camp out all day. Which, if I had depended entirely on the Nintendo lottery system as I was originally intending, well, that would have been me. But the more you learn. Yeah, and Mail64, I understand you are in that situation, basically, where you might depend on to walk in. Okay, good, we preserved the middle, except this is going to block it all here. Almost. Almost there. We could wrap around, but we will go down this way. Oh, nope, bad idea. Bad idea. Should have just stuck around up there. Yeah, I was surprised that Lottery ran into so many issues, even for people who definitely were on the ball with meeting all the requirements and also just tagging themselves in a system, you know, even before it was very publicly announced or known, that you could have jumped on all of that right away, met all of the criteria, and not gotten your chance to order. So I'm fortunate that a solution worked out for me. Yeah, we'll let the other ones go. We actually know we want left side. Why is it giving me everything else going up there, though? It's just more ceiling. So why is there so much that you can work with up here? Unless there's a secret. But no, it looks like it's just top left. So I wonder why it gives you so much space. Nope, too soon, but you know what? We actually made it to the flag, I was about to say, and then we didn't make it to the flag, so. You didn't think of that. You didn't think of the spin high jump over to the left. Weren't we just saying that, you know, if you pull up 3D World levels from 2019 or 2020, you just try to do the spin high jump everywhere, and nobody plans for it? By now, you can't say you weren't warned. We were just talking about that. Okay. Let's get in here. Oops. And yeah, let's just get around. Doesn't look like there's a reason to do anything on the top right. Basically, if you see this opening here, you take it. So maybe that wasn't really meant to be reachable. Let's just wait these guys out. Oh, except we'll go the other way. Look at that, that was taken out as well. Can we aim correctly? Yes, we can. Thank you for the submission, Blitzclock. Will hopefully not take too long to get to you. It's optional path number 2, but that should still be fixed. Okay. Was it the spin high jump that we were talking about in terms of what you thought was unintended? I don't see that it makes it much easier, to be honest. I mean, you know, it relieves the time pressure of getting off of the first platform. So maybe there's some thing with the ant flying pattern or timing that you don't want people to manipulate, but yeah, you have a bit of a stream delay on your mobile, I understand that. Okay, let's keep going. And 06i, we got something else from you, so let's take a look at what you've passed along this time. Kamek's Firework Circus by Shiny Turkey. This is a very early level from the first few days of the game in 2019. This was, yeah, just within the first week of release. Don't let the fireworks show fool you. Kamek Circus is full of tricks. tagged as multiplayer versus back when there wasn't really any multiplayer versus meta to speak of in terms of what people were building for it, which is kind of interesting that people got some levels seeded in there regardless. Let's see how this goes. But yeah, 06, I much appreciate that you're sending so many old favorites that I might have missed myself. Back when people were still playing with track blocks. Before they just largely disappeared from the game, I think. Yeah, so this is an exploration level of sorts. We have another pink coin in the bottom left. We'll get around and grab that somehow. Got some great balls of fire over here. Whoops. And we'll try to make our way down to the bottom left if we can find a way to do it. Oh, there is a platform there. I wasn't quite sure of our footing there, so we did have to explore that a bit. Whoops. 2 more coins to go. Let's not get squished. Yeah, that's on activation. But why would we need it? What's it going to give me? Pipe entry or oh, just a way to get over here? Possible to wall jump this, I think, but let's continue here and see where this takes us to checkpoint. Had a lot of practice with these kinds of blocks today. Now, there is a lower passage. Let's check the upper one first. Cat bell. Oh. But yeah, we'll definitely maybe return to that earlier section down below in just a bit, because there is a coin down there, so we do know we should go back for it. So let's do that. And SMM2 Fan34, welcome. Thank you for the submission. Okay, we'll just grab this quickly, and then I guess you could climb if you really wanted, but we'll just make it through here instead and have a bit of a ride. And there's Kamek with wings. Or oh, actually, no, it's just another one that spawned quickly. It wasn't one with wings. It just respawned immediately off the red pipe, as we are accustomed to seeing. Just want to check the right side here. More coins here. You'll notice that you have 2 coins each split on either side of the checkpoint. So definitely this is not a level that was aware of key death. Again, this is a week 1 level for Maker 2, so unless you were very well versed in key coin risk from Maker 1, that's something that I think a lot of people did miss early on. I wonder if there's something like an invisible block that would be here. No. Just checking. I guess that's exit only. Oops. So that's interesting, because we would need a way up through the pipe through some kind of platform, like a snake block, for instance. Not a snake block, but or maybe a track block. But maybe the coin path is optional to begin with. Other thing to note here is that if you have a hammer, can you stack 5 here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, you can't. I mean, if you have a stepladder here, like if you stack with the hammer going this way, maybe you can fit something in that slot. We'll see if there's anything else that will blow up the ones up top. Oh yeah, you know what? You just need a Magic Koopa. In fact, you just need a Magic Koopa to break the wall. Whoops. Too much. Yeah, too bad about the cat there, but I guess you're supposed to let them smash this open. But yeah, thank you for all the submissions that I haven't acknowledged yet, and Small Magic, welcome again. Hope you've been well. Let's, come on, just try to get something zapped here, so we can sneak through without having to really force a way in, and we'll force our way in, whatever. And then let's make it to the key without taking key death. Now, why would we want the on-off switch? I guess we'll find out in the next room. It's a 3D World stream? Not entirely. We've had a bit of a mix. Oh, didn't mind. Oops, I was trying to cancel and catch like this. Because I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah, you just dash cancel like that. Yeah, you tap it again. The cat has so many fun mechanics that are very difficult for levels to reasonably ask the player to do in a way that is well communicated. Anyway, I guess we'll just make it through this layer until we see a reason not to. Let's go down. Checkpoint over here. Oh, I see. Because we hit the on-off switch, we just turned off all of the obstacles here. That's what we did. And we just made everything safe. Yeah, so that's the bonus that's given the player for doing the key coin route, is that you just get easy mode on the rest of the level. So for example, if we come down here... Oh, I guess you would still need a Magic Koopa to break things. It is standing on something. And then you can just climb through and grab more coins. However, there is a scroll break here. We should see it. It is not a scroll break. Okay, never mind. Again, this is a week 1 level. Can't always assume that you'll read it the same way. And I guess we'll just smack them twice, yeah. Yeah, again, usually I read hard blocks on the wall like that, and I think it's a scroll break, but here's not. And, oh, totally. What that? That's okay. Something up here. We'll check it, of course. And that is it. Thank you for the GG. Fabiotics will be next. Before I get into the level, I will need to pause for 1 moment. I just need to check something off stream that has come out on my end. I think we're still okay to go on, so don't worry about that. We'll get on observation duty in just 1 moment. You will need sharp eyes and a good memory to survive the entire night. I will be back in just a moment. Pardon the interruption. Let's continue. I'm on observation duty 1. Spot the anomaly. I thought I was about to say difference, but something about this picture. is not quite right. And also, in terms of what the data input would be like once we're in the box, I guess if you're in the box, then you need some way to get into one of the doors or have the on-off switch be activated to let you out of the cage. If you try to go up top, and I'm not convinced that you actually can, given the layout here, then, yeah, I guess, well, let's take a look. Spot the anomaly. I guess maybe we need to remember this, and then we'll figure out what goes on afterwards. Because I don't see anything that's sort of glaring about that picture by itself, but I think we need to know something past this point when we get into the box, right, where something is going to happen. So, for example, if we tap the question block, which is the one thing that we can do, it activates the bomb. It's going to spawn something. If there's a P-switch activation, then you've got the muncher on top of the donut. Let's think about that. Spot the anomaly. Well, we don't have enough to go on here yet, so let's just get in here and find out what happens. So that looks like it's a randomizer. Oh, okay, yeah, this is similar to one of the concepts we saw last time, I think. So, for example, this one has 4 POWs in this stack, whereas the previous image had 3. So we know the anomaly is the POW layer here. So the POW is the thing that is wrong, not the coins, not the pipe, and so we hit this P-switch to continue. Because it releases you from that block, whereas these ones don't, it also doesn't dump the muncher on your head. And then here, the P block just prevents any kind of further manipulation here before we continue. So, now we need to look at this layout and memorize it. And there's quite a lot going on here. So, let's see if we have a good memory for that. A lot of different things that we could potentially look at here, so we need a good way to just take it all in at once. The faster we get to the next room, the better. Also, yeah, it does look like there's a randomizer that gives you different rooms that we could potentially be dealing with when it comes to this. I feel like it's the cloud and the spring layout that has been swapped. I feel like the original grid was maybe different. And that seems to be correct. I don't think we can actually see the original, can we? We can. Yeah, it totally was that. Yeah, interesting use of the coin randomizer for the door entries. So now we see the 2 springs bouncing. The firebar length, I think, is something that has some potential for some kind of shenanigans. The mushroom and clock might be extremely relevant as well. We should never ignore background doodads for this kind of thing. Well, there's the boo. The boo is new. But then how do we signify that the boo is new? Or is it just distracting me from something else? Oh, I see. We actually don't know what's going on here. Well, yeah, the boo is new, right? So that's got to be it. And we need to not die to the boos while we're traversing this. Or die to the blaster dropping on our head while we're scanning back to the left. Okay, so here we have P, side spring POW as the sequence. We have 4 P balloons that have a particular placement. Also, we should pay attention to the coins that are behind the bumper. Conveyor is also going left. The conveyor direction might be important. It is the order here. It was P on the left previously. So let's go here. And let's go back. It is possible, by the way, to lock yourself there, I think, if you don't go back soon enough to spawn the blaster that drops down to the door. If you've scanned left, and if you hit the P switch and you just stand there and don't go right, I think the blaster actually gets trapped on top of the P blocks before coming down. And here's the GG. Well, let's be careful here. And we've escaped. So yeah, that's one thing to check, whether it's possible to just kind of take too long to get from the P-switch to the door and get locked out because the blaster doesn't fall properly. I didn't look at it carefully, it just immediately sticks out to me as something worth testing. But yeah, really great concept. Obviously, we just saw half of the rooms, I think, because the coin randomizer does its thing, and so there's a certain replayability to it, I bet. But we did manage to catch everything on the first try, so thank you for that, Babiotics. Got a big fat queue today. Yeah, like I was saying, nicer helmets. I can try to scroll back to see where you queued in, if I can still see it in a chat. I do see it, so let's punch it in if I've read this correctly. I had to go way up the chat log to find this. Is this correct? Yes, it is. Crazy platforming number 1. This level is about jumping on blue platforms. I hope you enjoy. Very new upload just from yesterday. And seems fairly well received so far, so let's see how we do. And we just need to go platform to platform. I think that's really all there is, as long as we read everything quickly enough, which we can. Oh, missed a coin, oh well. Too bad. And then we'll just fall gently. And get back in position over here. And well, may as well grab what we can and then probably see if we can do anything interesting with flight. Not really. But we didn't scan very carefully, so. Thank you for that, short and sweet. Yeah, obviously, you know, there are a lot of places where if you just let the platform sink, there's no reset opportunity or something. You would just need to take a dive or hit start over, and that's okay. It's a fairly gentle level, so it's not a big deal. HMWD. I need to scroll up for this one as well while we also see if the makeable check in. I just need to figure out where the code went. Like I said, that's why I warn people, you definitely want to make sure that you have the codes in the bot with dashes, because otherwise it does not parse properly. It's not a very smart bot. It has not been maintained in some years.
Up and down. And single clear on this right now is about 5 minutes. But it's just a single clear, so it's not statistically significant. I didn't actually see the maker check in. I think they did chat a little further up. So if they're not actually here anymore, I'll just take a quick look at it, and if it falls easily, we'll take it. If it doesn't, we'll not spend too long on it. It's just how we'll run things. Whoops. We should check that question block, though. Just one up. Yeah, it seems like this might just be fairly gentle, so. Of course, we could be wrong. 5 coins to collect, and that's gonna take us over here. And then I feel like the implication is that you jump on these. They could very well have been note blocks, but what happens if we take this door? It's just a reset? I feel like it's an object reset. That doesn't help you if you have taken one of these with you. That's okay, we can just get up. Oh, no, can we? Never mind. Chris Money Slayer, welcome. Thank you so much for the resub. Much appreciated. Yeah, like I said, I think this maker might have bailed on us, so I won't spend too long on this, but we'll push through while it still feels relatively simple. Okay. Yeah, I feel like the implication here is that we're supposed to just leave these in place. But whenever you can pick up items like that, I think about smuggling them. We don't know yet if the 5 coins are required or optional. We'll find that out soon, I'm sure. They might appear at a much later point in the level, for all we know. Let's just wall jump up. And same here, we actually had to deal with quite a bit of this earlier in the stream today, so... All the NSMBU wall jumps. Oh, a propeller, we should take it. And miss it. Let's let it float away, and we'll try to take another one and go up from that point. Let's see. And the level continues. I guess this must be just a propeller dispenser then, and then we just gotta see where we're going. And then float gently down if we miss. Yeah, the visibility leave a bit to be desired, but I guess that's what the arrows are for. Although the arrows can look rather approximate sometimes. When you just don't see the target block come in on camera quickly enough. Oops. Okay, and then... Oh yeah, this is just down and up. Really? Okay. Okay. But can we get out then? I kind of feel like you were supposed to tap that from below with the propeller without getting on this platform. That was the intended design. But if not, we'll just continue while jumping up and seeing what else we can do. Yeah, because I feel like that was maybe not entirely intended. But here's a checkpoint, we'll just try to take it. Which is wise, because we died immediately. Chris Money Slayer, you're asking how we're doing. We're doing fine. This may very well be the last stream we run on Switch 1, because we're quite excited to get our Switch 2 in later in the week. So it could be a bit of a landmark in its own way. Whoops. We see multiple passageways up. I can see why this was apparently a 5-minute level. I wonder what the reset door is there to reset. The blue platforms, no doubt. If you just fall back down and wind up there. Oops.
Oh no!
Let me just make sure I know how much is in the current list so we don't hold too many people back. Nope, just poorly planned there. We should just go right side first anyway, perhaps. We'll see. I feel like there might be a bit of a non-linear coin collection here. Also, if you fall back down, let's just try to take the death since we're on checkpoint.
Oh no!
Unless, of course, we want to grab that propeller. That seems actually somewhat exploitable, that you could potentially go back down to the blue pipe for the propeller. I'm going to try it if we can. It's down below that area. Maybe it doesn't work because you would still need to get over the wall jump in the on-off switch section and such. So let's just go back. Yeah, because you would run into the same problem with the on-off switch in that area. Whoop, nope, slipped over. But I was definitely considering whether it would be possible to do some kind of back and forth to smuggle the propeller higher than where it's supposed to go. Whoops, that's not the way. Oh, we were trying to hit the reset there and we missed that as well.
Oh no!
Yep, slipping everywhere. You know what, let's just grab this. Try to continue like this. Not like that. Or that. Okay, let's see if we can do this. So now we have a mushroom that doesn't actually do much for us here, but we'll try to jump a little more accurately. Oh, whoops, missed that, missed that, missed that. We need the door. And oh, let's just take a dive.
Oh
Okay, that worked. Actually, yeah, it's just two alternate passages, I guess. You get in here, and then a lot of Koopas, followed by something down, so help me. Oh, whoops. Yeah, the camera visibility here leaves a lot to be desired, I think. I mean, it's trying to cover for a lot with indications, but if you don't know what's coming and what the targets are, indications don't actually carry enough weight. We'll put in maybe one more good attempt on it, but since I think Maker bailed on us, we will leave this level after that. Yeah, that's okay. Up and down. Somebody else can get the clear. But we do want to prioritize people who I definitely know are present. So, Crash, if you were here, you just pinged the list, so you are definitely present. Let's get to you right away. Next level fits thematically. I guess we'll find out. Free Fallen, yep. Nice match for this. Another one that's got a lengthy clear on it, but of course only 2 clears, not statistically significant. Let's see how we do. I guess the other one was just a warm-up for this, except no wall jumps this time. And we got a key right away, probably as a bonus for clearing without checkpoints, but we'll find out. Oh, and yeah, we do need to read what's going on here and take it seriously. Yeah, good placement on coin trails. I mean, we've reacted slowly in some places, but not knowing if we should just kind of cover center, run wall to wall, but Also, I was distracted by the right side. I guess the right side is just there because that's just going to be a second half that you cover in the same level shortly afterwards. I was reading that to see if it was giving me any kind of visual clue as to what we were doing over here, but no, you see the green pipe protruding there. That's because we will be there soon enough ourselves. Surprisingly, kind of smooth to just weave your way back and forth. And we were at the bottom there, but we just read the pipe transfer there a moment too late. Yeah, just kind of like swerving in traffic. This one here. The pacing actually really feels quite smooth on this one. And of course we're still going to get caught in some corners, but we'll expect a bit of that. .62 on this seems to indicate that we can expect it to get a bit harder. I mean, it's not like we're passing this segment to begin with, but definitely the margins might get a little bit tighter from what we see here. Plan ahead a lot better that time and we'll hit checkpoint. Oh, what I said we'll hit checkpoint. What happened here? Let's go back right. Nope. We missed a checkpoint. We just completely skipped that flag. Whoops. Way too overconfident there that we would just touch the flag without even trying. That was not the case. Okay. This time, let's not dip in the pipe before we've actually touched this. Yeah, we knew from glancing over this half earlier that we might need to be a bit more exact about where the arrows are, but we know that. Much more exact, in fact, in terms of taking the coin trail seriously. And we'll eventually get an alignment down. The coins in the middle, once again, we just need to really stay right on top of that trail until we're given a reason to move off. And then, yeah, after that trail there, then we move to the right. So we have to take each column very, very seriously until we've passed the gate that tests us against that column. That seems to be the idea here behind the coins. And just overcompensated a little bit there. I'm finding it pretty readable, it's just my precision is poor. And yeah, it took too long to get over there. We just need to make sure we dash over as soon as we're past that gate. Oh, no. Too soon. Yeah, because we have to move over one column there. That's fine. We know how to do that. We just need to be much more exact, and we need to continue facing right. After that point, and Make sure we got momentum in the correct direction. This is still just checkpoint 1. Could be quite a bit more to come. Depending on how many bumpers you have left in the entity budget. Oh. Hesitated a bit about which direction we were going to exit there, but obviously we should have just continued pressing right all the way down. Okay. All the way to the right, and we're out. No checkpoint here, but that's because there's going to be more to do. And also because of the subworld layout. So, we actually are checkpointed there, we just didn't see it. Had to get creative with entity limit, yeah, I can see why. I mean, you know, long platforms and tracks definitely help in terms of just giving you enough distance to cover. Oh, got caught in the corner there. Almost had it. Most of the munchers are unloaded at that point. We're just kind of down to one column, so we're not too far from the end. Once again, we do get plenty of warning for each gate. As long as we just line ourselves up on the coin column, we're usually okay. But you do need to visualize those pretty accurately. Yeah. And also not double back too much, as we've been doing from time to time. Made it out. And yeah, we didn't get the secret at the beginning, obviously, but that was a pretty clean clear otherwise. We're not going to press too hard against it, but I'm going to make an attempt. World record on that too, actually. Well, like I said, fairly new level, not many clears. We'll make an attempt at the key route. I'm not going to press against it too much, though. We're not going to try too hard. But maybe we can do it cleanly, because this turned out to be a little simpler than it looked at first. But I don't know if we can one-shot everything, you know, because some things are pretty exact. But we'll try it. Oh, and I missed a checkpoint, but that's okay. The checkpoint doesn't matter when we want to single clear it. Oh, too bad. Well, we're just about through the second segment just on our first try like that. We should try it a few times. Not too many, because we do have lots of people waiting in queue, but we'll give it a go. But thank you for all the provisional GGs, regardless. But yeah, it looks very doable. We just need to put in a time. And again, on a fundamental level, the spacing in this level makes it very fun and smooth to control our way through, so it feels worth doing. Until you die to all of the things that you thought were solved earlier, of course. We'll try a few times, but not too many. Yeah, I felt like the third segment came together pretty quickly, though, so it's just a matter of actually doing it in one shot without having everything in very recent memory. But the coin indications are well spaced enough for this to work conceptually, which is nice. This flag is so missable. And we don't mind anymore. Nope, too late. You do kind of have to face right there. And that was really just about at the bottom of the second section, so... Definitely the first section can give you a false sense of security about how tight the margins will be later. But you do get visibility on the second column, and so you do get a bit of fair warning for what you're dealing with if you're bothering to look that way. Nope. Yeah, first section is somewhat consistent at least. Once you're used to it. Whoops. I say that just as we fail in the first section. Yeah, that came together quickly. Let's just be a bit more accurate in the second part here. But we have gotten to the last obstacle a few times in these key runs. Nope. Yeah, once again, you can't really hesitate too much there. You have to just get in the right column and make sure you're facing the right way. Can't really be facing left there, for one thing, just because it takes too long to reverse out of it. But yeah, we'll see. At this point, don't have a very sharp memory for what we were doing in the third section either, so... Things could be a little messy. Just takes a bit of practice, though. Nope, too late. Yeah, we always have this little moment of hesitation there that's not been working out. I always wonder if a slight jump may even help there. Or if it would throw you off by too much. You know, just to get you over the bumper. As long as you're not jumping into the munchers. And you can still fall ahead of them. Probably not a good idea, but doesn't hurt to theorize. Whoops. Well, that's what happens when you get bumped, but you still stay under the munchers. As you can see, the spacing is probably not going to be too advantageous. We'll try to at least get one run to the third section. If we can. I don't know that we'll push it past that point, though. But it was worth seeing how far off we were in terms of consistency. We are kind of slipping a bit, actually, but that's just what happens when you get too complacent about the early, easy sections and start thinking too far ahead. Okay, once again, it's that momentum going left to right when we get to the final bump, if we get that far. That's the critical moment. And we're through to section 3. Let's just see how we do. Lots to potentially bump us over here, of course. Like that. Yeah. I think we're content. It just takes a little bit of work. I think we can do it. It's just that we would need to push against it for a bit. But anyway, quite nice. Like I said, it was spaced in such a way that all the movement felt really smooth, which I think is very beneficial for a level like this. Very new upload from less than a day ago as well. Let's go on. Depending on clear rates and like, we will not be opening the queue for that much longer, but for anybody who has not been here before, when I close the queue, I do try to get through the rest of the list that has already entered the list. It's just that at some point we'll close to new submissions fairly early on. Grandma got dementia, forgot to take her medicine and is drinking the bleach again. No clears so far, but of course this has only been up for 2 days. A lot of attempts on it though, so I don't fancy my chances, but we'll take a look. It's quite probable that if this is something that we're making some progression on, but finding very time-consuming, that we will close queue sometime in the middle of this level. But let's see what we're dealing with first in this apparent speed run. No comments on this level, noticeably. Okay, so lava comes up. Oh, you have to be quick. You have to be really quick. Because the lava is slow, but deadly. And then you kind of have to jump in such a way that you sneak under everything. Yeah, no wonder. Whoops.
Oh no!
One came in, has verified that you've been hanging around this channel for 5 years.
Oh no!
Almost since the very beginning, in fact. And yet you're still here, so... Yeah, you must be one of the earliest followers who's still reasonably active here. Because I sort of had an original period of streaming for a few months, and then I was gone for about half a year, and then I kind of went back to streaming afterwards, so... Only a few people are still hanging around from the earliest era of the channel. I'm glad the command works. They changed the API for a while, and I had to dig into what was going on there to fix it manually. We don't have a good method for skip squeaks yet. I think we just need to jump over them when they're down, like after they have most recently jumped. I don't see a good way around them otherwise. And even so, I think maybe we need something like a crouch jump over them. You just long jump through there. You know, long jump works way better, actually, in this segment here. It actually works quite well because of the way the ceiling dunks you. We don't have a good solution for this part, though. I think we just need to... I don't know if we should go over or under. I don't see that we have room to go over. Yeah, trying to do a roll there doesn't work. Yeah, one came in because, you know, 2019, 2020, of course, you have a lot of people that were not in Mario Maker to stay. It was just a trendy Nintendo game at a time. But I was always in this kind of A for the playtesting and B for a lot of the big community projects, like the various anniversaries and puzzle contests and so on, and so there was plenty of reason for me to stick around long term. I mean, part of it is that I met so many good makers, right, who were also sticking around long term. And so we just never ran out of good content here. Yeah, I don't have a method for the skip squeak yet. We can figure it out patiently, even though that would mean death on the lava, because I feel like you have to sneak under. You have to get like a big jump like that, and you just have to sneak under. And maybe just to run under. Like you jump towards them and then just kind of slip under. Possibly you roll upon the landing, but I don't think we'd have time to do a second jump there. Yeah, Mario 64 2020 was a bit special in other ways. Well, I mean, what I remember distinctly was that, speaking of pandemic games, that there was a moment when everybody just migrated to Fall Guys. And then all of the people who migrated to Fall Guys migrated to Among Us. And so I was still happily playing Mario Maker at that point in late 2020, but there was a definite shift where every time there was a big sort of trendy game that had a lot of overlap with the Maker audience, which was the case with Fall Guys. Among Us just kind of overlapped with everybody's audience, I guess. And I still haven't played it to this day. But you would have the attrition come very suddenly. And of course, over time, many of the most technically gifted Mario Maker streamers have shifted to ROM hacks anyway. The people who are really good technical players. Last year, of course, I actually spent more time streaming Maker 1 than Maker 2 because of the server shutdown. It is a roll underneath, yeah. It feels well spaced for the roll underneath. I can see that the timing works now. I absolutely see it. Just need to go right up to them. I was thinking it might be a roll, we just needed to see it, and we also need to get a better jump off of this thing. And yeah, I love Ben, you were saying much earlier that that was supposed to be a roll. I noticed that now. And you kind of need to go right up to them, right up to their face. But you can kind of go from roll to roll without much repositioning afterwards if you are pretty exact about it. Nope, too far forward. So yeah, for the early period with the Switch 2, do expect Mario Maker to be on a bit of a reduced schedule. I do still plan to keep up with this game longer term, of course. And we'll try to get viewer levels back in as often as we can, but of course there's going to be quite a lot of excitement with everything new coming out. And I don't necessarily expect that I'm going to stream that much Mario Kart. We'll at least do the GPs, like get all the 150cc done, and if it makes sense to have some kind of community multiplayer, depending on how that is set up, we'll take a look. I don't see anything yet from any of the preview content that's sort of equivalently convenient to some of the things like tournament codes that we had in Mario Kart 8. So we'll see how feasible it is to run something, but you know, I don't expect that this will be a stream that's just doing Mario Kart all the time by any means. So we'll be doing a bit of a mix here and there. And like I said, there are things I want to test in Maker 2 to see if they have compatibility issues from however it is the backward compatibility is working out. That's a controlled long jump, you just hold back. Oh, I see, yeah. So just pull back a bit. Oops, no. Missed it. Oops. Too close. Yeah, 069. So I will have my system in hand the night of the 4th to the 5th, but we don't know, depending on servers, setup time, data transfer, etc., how soon I will stream. I'm hoping to get on stream for something on the 5th. I don't know if it will be during my usual time or if it will be elsewhere in the day, because some things will be a little bit different. It turns out I actually have an extremely busy weekend coming, and so my ability to stream in the first few days is actually a bit limited, but we definitely plan to do the welcome tour. If anybody wants to come hang out for that, we'll be doing some karting. After that, we'll see. I've been looking for an excuse to go back to Tears of the Kingdom, which completely took over my stream for a few months back when it came out. Even though now, deep into post-game, we've become casuals who actually have the paraglider. Whoops. But yeah, we'll see what the kind of room code or multiplayer situation is for Mario Kart World, particularly for modes like Knockout Tour and so on. But I'm not expecting that'll just be, you know, streaming 100% Mario Kart or anything. We have a lot of content planned for this year. And it's really later in the year that, whoops, I accidentally did a spin there instead of doing the long jump. It's later in the year that I expect streaming Switch 2 content to become a lot heavier. As a channel that does platformers, obviously we're very interested in both Donkey Kong and the Kirby expansion. And, you know, if Silksong actually makes 2025, we are quite obviously doing Silksong. Whoops. Controlled long jump, I'm not seeing it. But I'm also just not executing it properly, I think. Whoops. Yeah, we're just not executing it properly. Okay. Yeah, so controlled long jump would look like that. We just don't have the spacing for it currently. But it looks like if you pull back a bit, then you kind of ensure that you get the height. You don't want to pull back that much, perhaps. We'll try to get through the second row here if we can. Almost did, actually. You just kind of need to get into the long jump initially and then pull back a bit later, maybe, once you clear the spike. We're obviously not going to be clearing this on this stream anyway, but if I can just make it over to the next layer, that'd be great. There's a long jump after that if you see the pattern over all the spikes as you fall towards the pokey. That seems like it's pretty clearly what it's going to be. Oh, and then you wanted to spin high jump over here, actually. And yeah, I saw that I was pulling back with a long jump a little too much, and indeed a little too early. So for these, you kind of tap left by one spot. Whoops. After you execute each roll. It seems like that's the way to find the best positioning. So yeah, we are definitely closing by the time we're finished with our attempts at this level. I, once again, do not expect to clear, but we try to push. Whoops. Oh. Yeah, I get these phantom diagonals sometimes on my D-pad. That only really comes out in the 3D World theme because that's where you get that difference between the up diagonal input if you do it accidentally and just a straight left. Where you accidentally get the grounded spin when I'm trying to long jump forward. And that does happen sometimes. No, pulling back too late. Yeah, if I can get one attempt to get closer to the pokey, I would like that. Oh, no. Once again, just the phantom diagonal there. Killing our timing. I think we're able to do it. Oh, too much. Yeah, you have to really target that fall in the corner. Nope. Not quite. We can do all that a lot faster, I think, too. Okay. Okay. Yeah, you're supposed to just clear that with a spin high jump, I think. You just need a good angle on it. I don't think the hitbox in the cloud... Actually, no, maybe hitbox in the cloud lets you get a very momentary edge landing on a cloud. Maybe that's the way to do it. It looks like the spin high jump might just barely have trouble with clearing the pokey. But the only reason I can imagine a cloud placement is there is that very momentarily the cloud has a safe hitbox. Way harder to land on the cloud and you just twirled over it. Yeah, yeah. It looks like the twirl was just barely out of range when I did it, but just because my angle was poor. So that's significant progress. And if we can roll into the POW after that, that looks very much like a roll. Nope, whoops. Let's do this again. Actually, wait, hang on. My timing's just way off. Let's try it again. Yeah, just a few more attempts on this, but it is satisfying to do. I actually really like marathon levels that are about just kind of trying to find pockets of consistency in each section. You know, marathon levels that are lots and lots of medium hard obstacles stitched together. I actually do find it satisfying. That's not to say that we're feasibly going to clear those, particularly in a viewer level setting, but I like these levels conceptually, so... No, we just don't have the momentum for it, I think. You do kind of need a certain amount of forward momentum going into that. Maybe. We don't really know. Definitely having trouble clearing that. Okay, getting a bit more consistent with that, actually. We've had a few good attempts here. Whoops. That was not one of them. Try to get one more attempt down on a pokey before we admit defeat for the time being. Whoops. I know I'm not spending quite as long per level as I do sometimes, but that's because we do have a lot of people waiting today. Oops. Yeah.
Oh no!
Yeah, if we can get one more run up to the third layer, that'd be great. So. I don't wonder what the clear check time is on this. We're going to look at it, if I remember, after we exit the level. No.
Oh no!
Bit of a tough fall in that moment, but... And, of course, a bump this early means that that's compromised to run as is. Pow is halfway to the checkpoint, yeah. I don't think we're seeing that checkpoint today, but that's okay. Oh, no. Ran a little too far forward. Yeah, you definitely do need a lot of manual adjustment on the landing on both of the big long jumps in this early section. Oh, no, I'm trying to back out of that. I'm jumping into that slot a little too aggressively, and we are spilling too far forward.
Oh no!
Yeah, because I'm ramming into that corner, and when I ram into that corner, I tend to burn a little too much time just trying to adjust myself back in position for the long jump. And it doesn't really come out cleanly anyway. Yeah, you can start the long jump kind of right on that corner, then you only need to do a little bit of a pullback. We haven't demonstrated that yet, but it's there for the taking. You can do it. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, wow. Didn't even remotely make it. That's okay. I feel like with some effort, we could make it a bit further, but that is one big LOL for anybody who wants to long jump that far, or at least I guess it's just for the benefit of people who are looking at this. Notice the clear check time. The clear check time actually expends nearly the full 500. So, well, good luck, Team 0%. I mean, given the nature of the obstacles, I'm sure they'll do fine when they get to this one. But, yeah, we'll see how long this one stands up. It's a very new upload, so hasn't maybe really been properly pushed by anyone yet, but good luck to whoever does it, and thank you for the submission. As soon as I load up the next code, we will close the queue to further submissions for today, just to make sure that we have enough time to get through everyone. So Blitz Glock, I'll just give you a moment to check in, and we'll punch in the code, and we will take a moment to close up and make sure everything is shipshape. Living Forest or Showdown with Larry. Yeah, we'll take that under advisement in just a moment. Let me just close up. And make sure I update my stream information and everything else, so people are not so easily fooled. And let me just make sure the bot's going to display properly. And it's closed. There we go. So to Living Forest or Showdown with Larry. And yeah, let's do Showdown with Larry. Why not? Okay, let's head into the castle and not get hammered. Oh, oops. A little too ambitious there. We should have actually seen if there's an opportunity to send a shell or something down there, but not that we can see yet. Whoop. Oh, I see. It's falling platform. No wonder. No, I can't really do it with that height. Yeah, because it drops off pretty quickly. I think if you're tall, it's actually more difficult. Yeah, if you're tall, it's actually harder to get in that corner. You would have to do a pretty low spin wall jump, I think. Get out pretty much immediately. I'll try it a few times, but I'm not going to press against it too much. Or you could crouch into it. Yeah, there we go. That's how to do it. And this one down here, we will, of course, just try to dunk our way down. Well, no, you would need to maybe wall jump out of that one as well. That's okay. Just get to Larry as advertised. But of course, if we can take some more, we'll take them. There we go. 2 out of 3. Not too bad. Well, this looks very much like an actual Bowser's Castle. Except without the random, or rather, non-linear pathing. The maze pathing. In Super Mario 1. Okay, boom boom. The Guardian of the Gate. I see that it's not scroll stopped up top. But that's probably because everything is... Yeah, that would happen if you're building... Whoops. I'm too busy looking at the scrolling here. See, camera's going up slightly. Yeah, so there is stuff in the top half, that's why, but it's not stitched all the way through. No, wait, let's keep going. Stacking a room above broke the scroll lock, yeah. That seemed like, given the nature of the layouts, it seems sort of unintentional that there would be a scrolling movement there. Given that you take it a care to scroll lock rooms like this, for instance. As you would want to, don't want the camera to direct back and forth too much like it's Maker 1 or something. And we'll get out the door. Oh, look at that. Now it's a real showdown with Larry, except we don't really need a key off him anymore, so we'll just make some fireworks and dunk his shell that way. Okay, thank you very much for that one, Blitzclock. And yeah, very new upload from last week. Very well received already, I can see. Up here in the 10% zone. SMM2 fan. If you were here, I do see you listed in the chat, but if you would like to check in, that would be recommended. We'll at least bring up the code. And by bring up the code, I mean I have to scroll all the way back to where I just said it. So we might need SMM2 fan to check in anyway, just so I can see what the code is, because I'm trying to scroll way back through the chat log now. Once again, that's why I recommend, with this bot in particular, do make sure the dashes are in your code. And yeah, you're still here. You might want to re-enter your code, because the bot didn't pick it up if it lacked a dash or something. I'm trying to find you in my chat log. But... oh, yeah, I actually have it. SJF something. Okay. Yeah, maybe some of the other bots, like the viewerlevels.com bot and such, aren't so fussy about this, but we're using an old one that is not that well maintained. These days, custom boss, giant dark blooper. Enjoy latest creation to gigantic dark blooper, and possibly even a gigantic one. Let's take a look. Okay, boss room. Oh, what's up there? I saw something. Oh no, that's just Undo Dog. Never mind him. Okay, so we need to blow that up with a bomb, and then what do we do after that? Let's... Well, oh, I see. It pushes over this way. Because this is supposed to be a blooper tentacle or something, right? Maybe. We'll find out. Just need to read that a little bit more quickly. Yes, so yeah, you're supposed to pop it like this, and then jump over with the cape, and then hopefully pop this before too long. Looks like we hit a few switches there. Oh, no. I wonder if I hit too many there. Where there's probably some kind of conveyor movement that is on-off gated. Also, poison fish. Let's not jump on them. Poison cheeps. I wonder if we just keep hitting until something happens. I mean, we're hearing the on-off toggle. It's just that I don't know if it's doing anything. Yeah, actually it does. So it counts at some point until it's ready to send all that over. Now what do we do? I don't have a key, so maybe we stand until we get a key, and that is correct. So. Okay. Short and sweet. Very nice. Yeah, I guess you're kind of expected to infer from just the sound of the on-off interaction that it's just going to be multiple hits. And that's okay. I think that's reasonably communicated. I kind of miss giant boss levels like that. I feel like we saw a lot more of that kind of creation back in Maker 1. And in Maker 2, it stands out when people still make them. So let's mark that as a win and move on. Mail 64. Let's see what you have for me this time. It's an old one. Balancing a pyramid scheme. Way back in 2019, a pyramid in the distance seems to have been taken by weeds. Survive inside. Okay. I guess we'll push the bomb. Or, well, maybe not. Maybe so. Muncher's gonna send us up. There we go. Oh. What if we stand on it like this? You wouldn't need to sneak under if you are big. We're no longer big, so that's a moot point, but let's grab this anyway. And see what lies over here. Swamp, this is supposed to... Oh, okay, bomb. And then the blaster's gonna give us something, surely. P-switch, I guess. Yes, you're supposed to just move the P-switch until the clock can pick it up. And then we just drop it. It seems like it's possible to drop the P-switch in such a way that, well, we just need a claw to pick it back up. Not too big a deal. Kind of wonder if there's anything we can break with this. Like, if we hit the P-switch and we go back outside, does that do anything for me? I want to check. Does anything happen here that's interesting? I see a star up there. That's interesting. Ah, let's just do this. And just grab another P. We know that it's going to come out of the blaster, right? Yeah. You're making an SMB1 music level, and you kind of want to see how old design worked or not. Okay. As in, you're reworking something in this design? Is that what you're saying? Whoops. Oh, look at that. We got a boot. And then... But we can go back to the P. We don't have to. There's a pipe that was to the left of that, but let's see what happens when we do take the boot here, because the thing that strikes me immediately is that, first of all, we have a way to get out of here. You can see how that room was built. And we have the boot. It actually doesn't matter if we have the star there. We can still just do this. Oh, wow. I actually caught that accurately. I didn't expect that. And then... Well, let's see. You can go up. And if you do go up, then... You have the mushroom here, but then what does that do for you? Not a great deal from what I can see, but can I actually make it over? With a star, maybe. Let's see. Actually feel like it might be possible. Have to deal with the wind, though. Yeah, I wonder if we just... don't have the requisite items. No, I don't think we can do that. There is the muncher up there. I wonder what that's doing for us. Okay, that's fine. Let's leave. Or, well, we need to do that first. Might as well grab the checkpoint. I don't know. Oh, Super Ball. Okay. It's unexpected in its own way. This is totally gated off unless you have some way to break the hard block, which we don't. I wonder what that's all about. I guess maybe the note block would have spawned a bomb or something that would break the hard block and then make it a passage that's traversable to this point as the exit from somebody climbing around to the ceiling in a previous room. And so, yeah, that one tile hard block would... I didn't look at it properly to see if it would work at a scroll break or something, but... Oh. Way cool. Oh, and then we lost that. We should have actually used a Super Ball here. It's a bit late for that now. Let's just keep going. The star. We can actually jump down to the munchers if we have the star. We have to be careful with the wind here. Have to be very careful with the munchers as well. Whoops. Now, do we care about the on-off switches? Yes. I wonder what the skull down there is doing. I guess it just sends you back up. Oh, whoops, that was a little too adventurous. Here, well, yeah, if you're small, you'll just get stuck there anyway, so that's fine. This... Oh, that came out of nowhere. Oh, time's up. Oh, I wasn't even looking at the time. Huh. Okay, I guess we'll see something slightly different. So yeah, small magic, if you're looking for the list, let me see how far back you are. You're next after this one, so... We were seconds away from making it to your level, and then we blew it. Anyway, if we can get the star, we'll maybe eliminate some things again, but until then, let's just play for survival. Would have been nice to have the Karibo shoe back here. Oh. That was a surprisingly plausible save, except I'm just going to run out of star power here. Oh, and it's going to send me back. Ah, I see. So this is a reset. That's what this was for. Now, do we want to go back all the way up to the top, though? I feel like it's discouraging me from doing so. Oh, we don't know where that door goes. I think it just resets back to the top, so this is supposed to be something that is gentle. Yeah, I mean, you made this back in 2019. You might not have had a good sort of playtesting estimate for how short 300 actually feels. feel like I play enough things like puzzles where, even for things that are just one screen, you know, the advice is always number one thing you do. Don't forget to set the timer to 500. Remember that being explicitly specified in some of the puzzle contests that I've played through in the past, where they, as part of the whole requirement package, say, set the timer to 500. The way I think about it is that with traditional levels, that when you play through mainline Mario, I don't think, other than special cases like New Super Luigi U, where everything is under 99 seconds, usually when you just do even just a casual relaxed playthrough of a level, most of the time you don't hear the panic timer. Most of the time, 99 seconds and down is just a buffer. Whoops. Oh, that was a mess. Got a big awe over there. Oh, we were so close to this ending, too. Yeah, let's not be too set back by the wind, which is something that we repeatedly failed to take into account. If we can get as far as a star, then we're in good shape, but... Yeah, because I guess doing everything as a progressive power-up was something you standardized for the Super World instead. From what you're describing. Just want to lead the Piranha this way a bit. We actually should... Oh, shouldn't have gone for it. Well, now we're back here instead. I was trying to snipe all the piranhas like I did multiple times over. Nope. Yeah, it's a nice little gentle reset here. Of course, it does burn the timer like crazy whenever you do come back. Nope. A little bit much to juggle there. Let's try to improve on it a bit. Really missing the boot at this point. But if we can consistently lead the piranha shots to the left, I think that's preferred. Because then you can just outpace it. Once it starts shooting right, then it gets to obstruct you a bit. Whoops. You know, it's not too bad for that one to drop here. We can just get rid of it quickly then. I would go down to snipe it with a star, but I think the opportunity has passed. No, just nowhere to go. Particularly with wind starting to pick up. You're saying the wind is a bit much in this level? Well, it's manageable. It's just that, you know, I find that I play fairly reactively to it. I can't really ever plan around it because we're just busy tracking other things at the time. Definitely wind plus seesaw is the combination that is actually kind of deadly here. Simply because you think you're stable and then you're not. You know, just by standing in the middle like this, for instance, except that once the wind comes in, then good luck trying to maintain that balance. Oh. And also being too tall to fit under things like the on-off switch in some circumstances. Nope, once again, just fell down. Nope. Of course, you do cycle back with a star right away, then you can just kill the piranha instantly. Not that we should go for that strategy. It would ease things up quite a bit. Okay, let's just keep going. Get the goom out of the way. Got this out of the way, and of course, star's been consumed, so we're not getting a second shot at it. Something dangling off a track. Which means we are required to be careful here until we grab a fire flower, which we were very close to doing, but with the piranha loaded on top of the seesaw, not much of an opportunity there. We are a little dependent on the star to get us past that area. Nope. Quite. And to think that we played this so cleanly the first time that we got within sight of the flagpole. We've struggled to get back there ever since. I mean, that time we eliminated the piranhas with the stars fairly early, so that made a huge difference. Much less reason to jump around all the time. Nope. Let's get over here and stabilize a bit. Hey, the thing we did there with the on-off switch where we just dropped that entire... Oh, we totally squandered it. I was in such a great position and the wind blew me off. We were in such a great position to just trap the entire piranha track behind us, and I just missed. Doing so well. That was the best setup that we had so far because we killed one piranha with the on-off switches and we just stranded the other one. Couldn't have asked for anything better than that, but unfortunately. One moment, please. Sorry, I just needed to take care of something quickly. Okay, still in it. And then where was that star? Oh yeah, we consumed it already on this attempt. So now we're in a particularly dire circumstance. Okay, we'll try to make it as far as a star at least, and see if we can get it done. Yeah, the wind kind of pushes us back. Exactly the wrong moment here. Yeah, we shouldn't go for it. We just lose the star entirely on this run. It's funny, one good attempt that made this look very innocent, and then we've been spinning our wheels in this section ever since. Whoops. Just trying to see if I can manipulate things such that we can blow up the piranha a bit. Nope. That's even worse. I don't know why the first ride felt so much easier. I mean, mostly because we just had a very fortunate star that time where we actually landed accurately on the piranhas and got them out of the way, but even so, you know, the pathway to get that far felt simpler that time. Just trying to manipulate the bottom track, but I think it's mostly going to be in tandem with the top track in terms of being something that we can't really desync until we get to that second piranha. And even so, it's hard to do it deliberately. Yeah, because you can see the top and the bottom tracks just match exactly, which means that you're not really going to be able to change the pattern on either of them. If top moves forward, bottom's going to move forward until you get to this part, and then you get a little bit of a difference. Oh. Yeah, and then unfortunately it is going to move forward with us this time. I was hoping to desync it. Nope, and then we're completely trapped there. It is possible, we just need to be very precise about it. Hang on. Okay, yeah, the thing is when we landed this red block here, that's exactly when we start having issues. Nope. The wind just came in at exactly the wrong moment for that. Yeah, because the wind comes in, as it happens, exactly at the time when we are trying to land on a red block right before we get to the start. Now, of course, the wind timing doesn't need to be the same every time because we can enter this section whenever we want. So we can synchronize ourselves with the wind timing in such a way that is convenient if we felt it necessary. But if we're not really consciously planning it out, then you get to this section. And right as you're trying to use the red blocks advantageously, you get into this situation where it's yeah, wish we'd actually watched the timer. The time that we got within moments of the flag. But I guess we're really seeing all kinds of variations on what can happen here. Well, at least we got here without expending the star just yet. when you expend the star and then take the reset, that's kind of where things get a little bit hairy, I think. It really should have been 500. I took a massive shortcut at the start. That was so long ago, I can't even remember now. In terms of the timer. I mean, I don't know how the clear check went for you, whether it revealed anything. Oh, that was a bad idea. Oh, it dropped everything down here. That's a doubly bad idea. Interestingly enough, there's only so much you can do to manipulate it. I was hoping to maybe kill the piranha here with the on-off switch, but then you can't really get back on. Because the platform disappears well ahead of us at that point. Nope, I was trying to double tap because double tap is how you get rid of one of the punchers. Oh, and then the wind blew me off once again. Yeah, we got them both and the wind came in. Yeah, I always get so complacent about the timing on the wind. Where we think we're doing totally okay, and then next thing you know, we are nowhere close. Amazing how well that Goomba tends to land. Also, no star this time. Nope, I was trying to double tap and the wind pushed me off. We should actually wait for the wind to subside before we try to tap the on-off switch, so if we're just kind of trapped there at the column, then we can strategically double tap quickly. Oh, we'll see how long we're stuck here. Yeah, amazing how well it lands, actually. I mean, I guess the piranha is usually going to be stuck there in that area. Whoa. Nope. Nope, got sniped already. Just kill that thing early, maybe, and then one less thing to deal with. Whoops. Nope. Nope, bad idea. Reset this way. I'm thinking, what if you start with off? No, that's a bad idea. Because if you start with off, then the piranha sails off right away, but then so does the seesaw, so that doesn't help. And the seesaw doesn't really go low enough for you to catch it anywhere here. You know what? Let's see what we can do. How far back does this loop me? Pretty far back, actually. No, here. Okay, you know what? That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. Okay, now we're in business. Now we're in business. I couldn't remember that there was a star there. I just couldn't even remember where that looped me, in fact, so...
La la la, you can't catch me. And then we have to deal with the other piranhas soon, but that's okay. We'll get there. And we'll take that guy out too, just for good measure. Okay, this time we should actually be able to clear it unless the wind blows me off. So the wind is the main risk factor at this moment. Yeah, once we get the fire flower, I don't care too much about the piranhas. Look at that, so much better. Well, the star made all the difference. Yeah, I don't want to inadvertently jump up to the bomb and trap yourself there, obviously. And, oh, I see it, because the swamps are supposed to do something at the end, aren't they? Well, I guess we won't see it. Okay, we'll take it. That took way too long, but... Turned out just trying to fall back down to the star in the first place was the right idea. Okay, thank you for sending me that little one from way back in the 1.0 era of the game. November 2019, before we even knew we were getting the Master Sword. Thank you to the patience of everybody who waited behind all of my blundering. Small magic, let's see it. Whoops. You guys boss races work, but maybe in another way. Yeah, I saw that you definitely deliberately did the track synchronization there between top and bottom to try to make it something that you couldn't desync too badly, but we tried to find some ways around that, obviously. This is SMR 372 Big Wiggler Race. Mario challenges Big Wiggler to a race. Pink coins optional for 1-up. I don't think I'm familiar with SMR 3. I don't know if that's a big collab or just something of yours, but do let me know if there's something bigger that we should prepare to do a full playthrough of someday. And let's see it. It's a world that you're working on. Okay, good. I don't know if you're doing it linearly, but if you are, then getting up to World 7 is significant progress, of course. Reach the goal with the P-Balloon. Well, we need to get one first. Find a Yoshi to snatch one from there for me. Or more likely, we just keep going. But, oh, is this just decorative? Yes, it is. Let's enter. Ah, I see, and then we need to get around to Wiggler. There will be the on-off here, and then, yeah, it is kind of like a Wonder-style Wiggler race. Exactly a Wonder-style Wiggler race, in fact. Nice way to implement the starting gate there, too. I don't think I'll beat it to the coin this time, though. Oh, we don't need to beat it to the coin, but there's probably something we do need to beat it to by the time we get to the end. I probably shouldn't have followed this track, but oh well. Yeah, we probably should have stayed on the outside, I think. Well, the P-Balloon is available here, so you're kind of expected to potentially be here. And the star lets you catch up a little bit. Rubber band your way forward. Good practice for Mario Kart in its own right. Oh, whoops. Got a little bump here. I'm way out of practice with the P-Balloon, as you can see. And then, okay, we'll lose the P-Balloon here because we'll run into the Wiggler and then we won't meet the condition. So we have the Wind Race. But if we don't, we can just do this little bonus here for the 1-up and not worry about pink coins from there. So... But then we don't get a chance to reset to the beginning, do we? We just have to restart the level. Yeah, so it is a manual reset. I feel like unless there's anything that is kind of broken between states, like something blowing up, that with a clear condition level like this, and with some other clear conditions that people do sometimes, like coin collection, if you don't meet a condition and you have to try again, that's fine, but sometimes it makes sense to just do that with a full reset door that takes you back to the start, I think. Unless there is something like that and we just missed it. We don't care too much about pink coins this time. We've seen it. Whoa. And yeah, because otherwise the level's really quite generous about letting you take damage and all that. Okay. And we'll just wrap around this way. We're actually ahead this time going into the star, which is progress. And we'll make it. And there we go. Missed a coin this time, but that's okay. Let's check up here to see if there's anything, and there is not. So we'll take the exit. Zero 6i, you were saying earlier you feel like going one by one makes the difficulty curve easier to work with. Are you talking about in the course of assembling a super world, or what do you mean? And yeah, small magic, if you thought maybe a secret would belong in the top corner, that would be fine. If you do a re-upload, like I said, I actually do recommend that you have a full reset that dumps you back at the start. I mean, it functionally makes the level the same. It might inflate the clear rate if you care about that sort of thing. I don't. It's more that it's a smoother experience, and it doesn't actually change anything about the level because there's nothing that's destructible. I don't think. Like, I don't think it would break anything. And, oh, 06i, you're saying if you build a super world in order, yeah, then you can kind of grade the difficulty bit by bit and adjust as necessary. Did I mark this as a win already? Let's just do that. And take a look at what 06i has for us this time. Let's make sure I know where we are on the list, and then Crash and Mantos after that. And if we are still really early on at that point, because we suddenly had a spate of Janfluid levels, we'll see if we can reopen for one or two more at the end. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Do we enter this correctly? 4LT RQX. Okay, totally misread that. Bomb and burn with Yoshi and puzzles. Let everything blow up while you solve puzzles and survive bullets of doom. Yeah, we can do that. This is also a week 1 level from back in 2019. And not many plays on it for a week 1 level. So, let's fix that. 6-minute world record on it. But not much of a sample size, so... Okay. I guess we bombed things. And burned them. Oh, there was probably something good there that we didn't pick up. Oh well. You know, because this is worth checking for secrets, I don't think there will be any, but we'll... First of all, lead this bomb over this way. There's something very specific I want to check. Oh, no, missed it. I wanted to blow this up.
Oh no!
We need to get there a lot smoother. I think we can make it in time. We just need to not lose much time on the bombs when we do so. I doubt there is anything. I think that's just decorative as a way to smooth over the lack of a good way to make nice looking pipe corners in Maker 2. But we stand on top here. I just want to check it. You never know. Especially early on in Maker 2. It looks very much like it's just decorative, though. Okay. I mean, there is a sound effect there. The fact that there's a sound effect there tells us there is a secret. And Mail64, you've got to go. Yeah, thank you so much for the levels again. I'm quick glad we found that. Oh, look at that. Fire Yoshi. And yeah, I guess we walk them down step by step. Until they blow things up the way I want. Where's the on-off switch going to come from, though? That we don't see. Oh, there's the on-off switch. But then we would need something to actually stand there. We don't have that currently. Maybe there's some back and forth that we need to do. Let's just go on. On-off switch is accessible over here, I guess. You know, if you take a bomb over here by hand, so you'd have to drop Yoshi for it, you could activate the on-off switch and trap yourself on this side. I want to see what happens when we do that, because we'd be back here with the off state and the blaster would drop, and then maybe that gives you something. It could just be a secret passage again. We're going to do it. Oh, no, missed it. But we're going to try it. We're going to remotely activate the on-off. If we can. Okay, so if we blow that up, then you drop the blaster. You can go back and get Yoshi, and I want to see what happens. First of all, you drop this, so let's check. Top, nothing here. Oh, it just drops here. Okay, so that's definitely not an intended behavior then. And in fact, I might have locked myself out of the level now. So we might have to find a way to take a death, because I think I actually did totally lock myself. Okay. Oh yeah, that's totally a lock. But then I should be able to maybe back out into a previous room and take a death then. Or have another on-off interaction somewhere. I think though that the on-off switch probably just remain as is. Let's just... Yeah, this is actually just back in the beginning section. And, oh yeah, we're definitely stuck. So, let's just go back and take the death. Or even just restart the level. So we're not past checkpoint, but I totally found a lock here. I mean, this was uploaded literally the first week of the game. This stuff is going to happen. I think we were a little too optimistic about that. After blowing up the blocks by the pipe actually did turn out to be a secret, where I thought, okay, maybe this maker actually did think ahead and put things in for me to discover. But I think we set our hopes for that a little too high when it came to some of the other little edge case interactions. Anyway, we missed a fire flower this time. I don't even remember where we got it. Maybe it was in the bonus room. Let's go through. And yeah, you're supposed to trap yourself on the on-off switch over here. This is the mushroom, okay, not the fire flower. Wonder about that other door. We want to kick over this way. Let's blow it up here. The other thing we could do is, it might be possible to hit the on-off switch over on this side. I guess it's going to raise everything. Then, yeah, it's going to... Then I was thinking firebomb and then leave something over here, but that didn't seem to work the way that was perhaps intended. Oh, yeah, it does. Okay, the bomb walks over. I was wondering if these were just going to fire another bomb over, but if they walk over, then it'll blow this up. I was thinking that if you're small, you could definitely try to sneak in there and throw a bomb there yourself. Okay. Always lots of room for shenanigans with the bullet following you. Oh, whoops. Wait. But isn't this a lock then? Hang on. We locked ourselves in the same position unless there's something to go back to. I think we locked ourselves in the same position. I feel like that was not accounting for the possibility that the state would still be off. So unfortunately, I think we locked ourselves again. And we'll just take a dive. I kind of accidentally entered that door too. I wasn't intending to. Let's just try to get back to where we were quickly. Too far. And we'll just walk each layer down. Oops. Just trying to move them out of the way, and then we'll blow up this one. And we'll try to do something intended this time, I suppose. It's too far. Miraculously, this one's still alive. Oops. Slide. Come on. Okay. Yeah, because the idea is that you lift over here. I guess if you're big, there's no way you're going to get across into that slot to manually activate. So we'll just do this as before, and then we'll be a little bit more careful with whatever would activate in the next room after that. You do need to scroll the camera to get another bomb to walk over for this drop. So we'll just let it walk and let it activate. We'll try not to enter that door. This door, I wonder why it works the way it does, because the thing is, you're definitely in the off state at this point. There's no way you're in the on state. And this thing here is breaking. I guess you're supposed to have the bullet blow up hard blocks, and kind of wonder what this one's doing here. Oh, I see. No, you're supposed to blow up this and drop the bullet down. Definitely feels like there was a possibility of it blowing up blocks though, but I guess the idea is that we'll be taking the bombs down instead and steadily escorting them. And actually, I think you're meant to use this in conjunction with POW to push them up. And the bombs are supposed to ignite by themselves down here. For Yoshi. I actually kind of wonder if we could have entered one of the side pipes using Spring plus POW to do that. We spent the POW now, so we can't actually test that. That's too bad. But if we go back into that room, then maybe we have a POW that we're given, like if we come back this way. We do get a POW immediately over the pipe. I just want to check. We don't want to go through here. Yeah, because these look like they're just spawn points. Whoops. No. Let's just leave this for a moment. No, we can't really test that, I think. But interestingly enough, you can take objects with you into the next room. Not just Yoshi, and I wonder if taking the POW into this room breaks anything. Given that you would definitely not be expected to have the POW still at this point. I guess we'll just ride it out and see. Oh, no. Totally didn't see that. Okay, back to the beginning. It's okay, we know how to get back. Not necessarily quickly, but we'll do it. And we'll just try to get back to where we were. Oh, is it going to come down? Yes, it is. We'll walk those down for the next step. I still think that the door that drops you to the right of the on-off switch feels strange, because I feel like that's always going to be a lock, because to get to that state, in the first place where you can drop down through this door, you're going to have this be set to off instead, and then you can't progress. I don't think I'm missing anything with that. Anyway, same idea as before, we'll do things a long way. And then wait for this one to walk over. And try not to lock ourselves in that door that totally looks like it was just a stray door that wasn't checked properly. Unless there's a shortcut that was supposed to get you to arrive here rather than land here. It's okay if we take damage because we just lose Yoshi from this point. Oh, except of course that happens. I would like to position this a little bit so it starts blinking right around here. Nope, because it knocks you off and then Yoshi jumps on it immediately. So yeah, we do need to just do things the way we did before. Okay, let's just do it the slow way. Yeah, like I was saying, I definitely wonder about any issues that may arise from smuggling a POW or a spring to the next room. I don't think so. I think it's just a straight track ride, but we'll definitely be on the lookout for anything that could have been manipulated. And then, oh, missed it. Grabbed a checkpoint. And then lots of falling bombs, as promised. Kind of wonder. Oh, you can totally make it over. Dangerously, but it's absolutely doable. In fact, you can just jump over the bombs without even jumping over the bullet. And we would just skip over here. Grab this Yoshi to bust through this gate. Looks like there's a bit of a reset here for some reason. And let's see what this is all about. I mean, I guess to POW, you would just want to throw it into that column and be done with it. And that just gets you over the gate. Oh, poor Yoshi. Oh, I see. The Muncher was still there. I didn't even see it. That's how we kept tripping over it. Unfortunately, can't reach the on-off at this stage. But just get rid of all that. And you know what? If we get rid of all that, we can just punch through here. I feel like that's also unintended. Because if you go down to get Yoshi, then how do you get the bombs over? Well, I guess we'll find out. I see that we want some kind of on-off toggle. Get it. Well, it's here, so we just walk things over. Maybe. Let's take a look. Yeah, because the bomb drops in that location, so how would we escort something over here? Well, we don't need to escort it. We just need to get Yoshi down here. Actually, no. What you really need is a bomb to be up here and to hit this remotely. I'm always concerned that we're just breaking too many things here. I think you're supposed to load the POW, actually, and then POW plus Yoshi loads the bomb. And then lets you walk one across. And then after that, you can use that to blow up this thing here. And thank you so much for the follow. Now, the bomb got stuck in that location, but that's okay, because we drop down there, and then we just pop it over to the note blocks, and that'll do the rest. I think. Let's be careful here. Nope. Want to slide down if we can. Let's get more mushrooms, so it's not too much of an issue, but... Oh. Nope. Guess we'll need that mushroom. Whoa. I feel like we broke something here. Nope. We're gonna be down to 100 seconds soon. Yeah, let's grab the mushroom and then just try to send more bombs over. Yeah, I see, because when you're killing one bomb with a switch, then you also nuke the other one. Nope, I can't throw it. There's no slot for that. I'm trying to send a bomb over here, but the thing is we just can't get it over. I think the idea is that you need to have something else like a POW in this location. We can get another one. I don't think we can. Oh, yes, you can, actually. Okay, that makes more sense then. I didn't realize you could... Oh, I guess because we despawned that one. So you would want to despawn the POWs then. You would want to drop one down like this. Whoop. Nope, hang on. Well, now I'm trapped. Yeah. Not a lot of time to set this up, but... Let's get over here, drop this. Is Yoshi's still down there? I think it is. Yeah, because we're supposed to send a bomb into the middle section and then despawn it. Maybe. Or kind of walk it over to red. When you despawn the POW though, then... we'll just walk down that way. And that doesn't seem to work. I feel like we're supposed to have two objects for them to walk on, and we're not quite getting that. But what I really want to do is jump on that bomb and then throw it to the left, but we don't have a good way to do it. Actually, no, I see what the issue is. This was not tested against a player being big. You actually have to be small. Because then if you're small, then you can jump up there and grab the bomb. But
Oh no!
I think that was maybe a bit of an unforeseen confluence as well. Yeah, whatever. You can actually just roll right over and skip the bombs entirely. Okay, let's blow this up. Oh, you can also have two Yoshis. In fact, before we hit the switch, let's move both Yoshis over. But then we want to stay in the on position here. Let's get mushroom before too long. Oh, I see. Because the implication here is that you're supposed to blow up the bomb. Oh, okay, okay. I feel like between ground pound and housing, like, things were much too flexible. Because you're supposed to walk that down, essentially. If you walk the bones down, then, yeah, I guess the idea is that once you fire some POWs, then you just get a muncher in that position. And then the muncher creates a platform for the bomb to walk. Okay, so we can try to do things in the semi-intended way. And just drop the bones over here and then drop one additional thing. The muncher there, and it's going to get loaded onto the conveyor once you hit some on-off switches. Then we do the thing where we drop Yoshi and POW on this side. Definitely a little bit of despawning risk with objects sometimes here. I think Yoshi's going to stay, but other things may not. Oh, no, you have to send the muncher down in the correct direction first. Yeah, now that it's down, now we can walk it across. No, we want the bomb to light up like that. And then kill it, and then we proceed. Interestingly enough, if you are in the on state, you can actually proceed with a POW by landing it on top of a note block, I think, and jumping on top of it. In fact, we will try that, because we can't stop trying to break stuff. Example, you drop POW over here. If you have a very exact entry of Yoshi, then you can just get on. Wait for burner first. Oh, no. Never mind. Yeah, let's not do that. A little too finicky. Fine, we'll just do things the intended way. Despite all my instincts. Oh, lost Yoshi. Oh well. Lost him rather quickly. Anything here? Not really. And then we have some semblance of a boss room. If we can figure out what's going on here. Are we supposed to follow that down? I think we are. Oh, and there were bombs flying everywhere. And we just exit, right? And this is getting us to the axe, and then we've got lots of bonuses to work with. For Bowser. Yeah, actually, sure, we'll take it. We're Red Yoshi, but we've got a lot more where those came from, so. Thank you so much for GG and for the level. Yeah, we broke this thing to pieces, but again, you know, this was a week 1 level from 2019. And that will happen. Okay, Crass HC, thank you for waiting for so long to see another level get played. Let's pull it up and see how we do. SMB bonus. Interesting. Let's see it. $124 coins, all 124 coins, so let's be exact. 40 seconds for it as well, okay. Oh, I see, it's like a bonus from compilation for SMB1, where just a little speed challenge through them. I wonder if we're required to remember where some of the coin blocks in the original were. But we'll get a sense of this first to see if we're missing anything. We'll take the long way. I think we're much too slow. 2 pipes to go. Oh yeah, we're much too slow. And yeah, we're supposed to go up top. Let's see. That was about 20 coins there. We will not win, but I just want to see if we can count. To see what we're dealing with. Yeah, and 20 coins exactly, so we know that they're all accounted for without any blocks that we need to tap. Okay, let's try to do this a bit more efficiently this time. Eight seconds of room is about as much as we can afford, so let's be careful with that. Not mess around quite so much. Yeah, without doing the second loop up this time, we managed to finish that in about 8. I feel like we're going to be a little bit behind here, but... Oh, come on. Missed this jump. Missed this jump too. Yep, no. This attempt will be blown. Let's actually do that room first next time. I mean, you don't want to lose travel time though between pipes. You probably do want to do them somewhat linearly, but let's just practice this. Do the riskiest one first. We don't have to walk all the way back there and go once again. Okay. Made okay time with that. And if we're off by seconds, then we know that we just needed to change the order. And we're going to be a little tight on time relative to how we did the previous ones, but yeah, we're going to be tight. That's okay. At least we mapped out what to do with that room. Let's just go left to right next time and keep it simple. So 1 coin off plus, of course, making it to the exit gate. That can be solved, I think, just by doing it in serial order. A lot of little optimizations we can do here and there if we end up being very tight. A little bit too much lag time there. 2 rooms remain. Probably just dash across instead of jumping. Save valuable seconds. Seconds, yeah, we're a little too late for this. 3 seconds, we're not going to finish this room. So definitely some efficiency gains all over that we should be making. Hit the clear condition that time, but didn't leave enough time for it to jump back to the goal, so. Definitely a few things we can be doing better. Like maintaining a bit more momentum here. So we saved a second that time just by jumping more efficiently. All bonus from speedrun it. That's exactly it. You want me to tell you you're asking a better strat for Pipe 2? Let's continue this first. Were you thinking of bumping the coins from below? So you save running time? Because I was actually considering that. Didn't know how much of a savings that would be to have to jump over everything. But yeah, that might actually be a pretty dramatic improvement. Well, we'll try that if we're in time trouble. Which it looks like we will be. More seconds here. We're going to be just missing this, I think. 0 seconds as we go through here, we're going to miss the goal. Yeah. Yeah, let's try to do Pipe 2 just with everything in below. We're improving there by about a second at least. Only 5 on the clock. We're kind of on par with how we did previously. Let's not miss anything on the way up this time. 18 on the clock, that's an improvement. And we'll get out of here with 7 on the clock. That's a big improvement. By about 2 seconds. That'll give us enough time. This should make it, this run here, unless we have a really big unforeseen disaster. 2 seconds on the clock, and then we will make it over. Very nice. And off the record by about a second. That makes sense. Okay, Montos. I think they might have left a while ago. I'll pull this up anyway just to see what it is. And, oh yeah, this is the one that we did much earlier. With the wall jumps, Christmas tree platforming. Oh, we might as well finish with it. I don't think the maker's here anymore, but this looks like it could be quick and gentle. So we'll just dial it in. Whoops. Have to deal with the friction on the ice. We just didn't account for that. Oh, those are all wall jumps that are marked. There's a Christmas tree that's also marked. Whoops. And then... Oh, that's not where to go.
No.
Christmas tree equals death. We all knew that. Actually, whoops.
Oh,
We've been really blowing a lot of the wall jumps today. I see the blue pipe entry in the bottom right there. That will eventually be dropping towards. This one with a vine. For the up pipe execution to be a little bit easier. Okay, I see. Oh, and then, you know, I actually stalled there in such a way that we salvaged that for a moment. Because I overshot the blue platform, then I twirled and I got back on the blue platform and then we fell down anyway.
oh, no.
But we actually want to get back onto some of the platforms on the left because that will get me close to the pipe. And then now I do see it. So... yeah, the visibility is okay. It's just barely out of view sometimes. No, we don't want to jump out of that until
No.
everything is down. Sometimes I try to do a bit of a correction jump, but when a platform is falling quickly below you, that does not work at all.
Oh, no.
So, again, we'll try not to get too sidetracked by some of the things that are actually walls. Yeah, this one, sometimes I can't quite see it on camera, but you just walk it off. Oh, no, and we overshot.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's the thing, is I was trying to pull back a little bit, and the reason I was instinctively jumping on the last one was simply because we have a tendency to overshoot it a little bit far. Okay, oh.
Oh, no.
It's actually so much faster than the other ones. We do need to get out of it and wall jump. It's okay to jump out of it then, because we just need to make sure we get a good landing on the platforms that are suspended by wings and therefore a little slower. Yeah, and then that feels pretty gentle. We can do it that way. Whoops.
Oh, no.
Oh, there we go. That was a bit of guesswork there, but we managed to do it.
Oh, no.
Looks like the door there might just be a reset for the blue platform in case you expand it too early. Let's just check it. Also a reset for the on-off switch.
Oh, no.
Now, it looks like I am supposed to climb through a Christmas tree, but I'm not 100% clear on that. Let's...
Oh, no.
And that being the flagpole, I guess we just do a higher wall jump up to the tree, to the next rung. Oops.
Oh, no.
Yeah, you just wall jump off of the red block, and then wall jump off another red block to the right. Oops.
Oh, no.
And then, yeah,
Oh, no.
not accounting for the ice once again. Roll across, and then yeah, we do want to just wall jump back and forth on these. I think, unless there's something down below to look at. No, I was trying to get on that for a wall jump. We can't quite make it so far. Looks like the objective is to try to get up that flagpole, but we
Oh, no.
might not be making it yet. There could be something to drop below too, but we don't know. Yeah, well, that's totally it. It's just that we jumped prematurely up to that muncher.
Oh no!
Well, that's what you get for trying to scale a Christmas tree. Nope, too high.
No!
We do need to give ourselves a bit of a slide and just read the wall jump a little bit more cleanly. Whoop.
Oh,
I keep holding right coming out of the checkpoint, and of course that just equals death here. And since there's no safety point, like an additional block's worth of runway. Nope.
Oh no!
Once again, I can't always estimate very accurately if I am going to hit that wall jump. Something we had trouble with right at the beginning of the stream. Nope, overshot and slid over on the ice. I was trying to get into a good position so we could eventually go for that Goomba. The Goomba is going to be the key. Up top.
Oh no!
I'm wondering if we get enough distance from something like a spin on it, but I think we try to land on top of the red block and just get ourselves some more height in that area, but we'll have to find that out. Nope. Once again, just made it on top of the corner and didn't realize it.
Oh no!
Come on, let's go. And
Oh no!
almost up to the top of that tree now. Yeah, it is enforced to be in the on state. Otherwise, of course, everything would be much more reachable.
Oh no!
Trying to get a wall jump, we just are jumping too well in that corner. Nope, overshot once again. That's okay, we'll just try to catch it. Also, I see blue platforms up there. Maybe that's an alternate path that we just never considered. We're just taking everything the hard way. Yeah, actually it looks like there's a blue platform up top, which is maybe where we're supposed to go in order to cross over to the Goomba, and we just never saw that. Oh, whoops. So maybe we're doing things the hard way and without realizing it. Oops.
Oh
But there's definitely some kind of floating blue platform continuation that's a little above us out of view. Makes me wonder if we should check below just to see if there is something that is a transition to. Environs up above by way of a door or something. Yeah, because the wall jump out to ornaments feels a little too specific when there is a blue platform to Goomba sequence up there at the top that looks like it's there for the taking.
no!
Oh, you're supposed to cross over the tree. You are supposed to cross over a tree and then jump over and twirl, I think. And then eventually there will be a passage that loops left and then right and gets you up to the Goomba. Okay, so we are on the right track. We just
Oh,
didn't see the continuation on the left side of the tree once we scaled it on top. Okay, we want to hold up here, but not so aggressively. Yeah, you see there's a double twirl over there that I think you're supposed to take, and then what we do instead... Oh, did I overshoot? I overshot. There's an on-off switch in the middle there. That's interesting.
oh no!
So I think the idea is that you're supposed to go over to the left and hit that on-off switch, but as you can see, it is possible for us to position over that Goomba and try to make it to the flagpole directly without doing that. So we do a quick tap of up. So yeah, you're encouraged to go across, maybe. But why would we when we can just touch top of the flag like that? And in fact, it looks like if you do hit the on-off switch, then you are precluded from taking the top of the flagpole, and you take the flagpole the way I did in the on state for the true ending. 37-second record. We were nowhere near that. Anyway, that seems like a decent note to finish on, perhaps. But yeah, actually, 06i, if you have one additional recommendation in the back pocket, feel free to chip in. Because, you know, this might be our last stream with the Switch 1. I think it'll certainly be our last Maker stream with the Switch 1. If you have a good idea for a level to close on, I'll just take that manually. If you have an idea. Because, you know, we have time to maybe do one more short thing. And it would be nice to have a really strong closer today. I mean, the Christmas level works too, because, you know, even though we're coming into June, we're having Switchmas very shortly. That only happens once every few years. And if you don't have another, that's fine as well. We might also just close off unless I can think of something. Oh, you know what? I've got an idea. Give me one moment. We'll spin something up. Occasionally, I see things come up in my personal list I want to get to eventually. Yeah, so this one's called a Final-ish course. This is a long-time Japanese maker who was very popular early on. I haven't played everything by him, but I've played a good chunk. I think he's called Negichin. And this was something he submitted back in March, which was apparently meant to be his last upload in Maker 2. So we've, a long time ago, featured a few levels by this maker. And kind of spotted this earlier as something to potentially close on, because this was kind of his farewell to the game. We are not saying farewell to Maker 2, of course. We'll be back in Maker 2 quite a bit going into the Switch 2 era, especially as we find out what breaks or what holds up. But the message here apparently says this will be the last post in Mario Maker 2. I'm really grateful to so many people who have played it. And so, let's see what it's like, since it'll be something with a bit of a finale character to it. And we will close on this one today. Okay, final. And then I guess we have this boss door here. We have a note block up here as well, but the only place we'll go is here. And it will have a big music load in. And the clown car. So this is kind of like more like a cutscene boss fight, I think. We can hit that. Oh, and there are more invisible blocks that kind of hit here. I guess we just kind of let Bowser do his thing until we have a P-switch activation. We just need to block and survive. Do we get a feather? What do we do with the feather? Yeah, it's more of a cutscene fight, like a little victory lap. I guess the bombs will eventually do something. So this is going back and forth, but then do we have something that we can actually do? We have more feathers. Is there something I can deflect, perhaps? I don't see how to progress through this, but let me think about it. Because we have all the bombs that are down there. They're not going to do any damage to them from there. There's no block down below. Or did I just break something by smashing all this prematurely? Because we're supposed to have some kind of P-switch activation. I just don't see how it's supposed to come. Maybe we have to take damage? Can't be that. I actually wonder what I'm doing. Because it looks like you have the one-up mushrooms that spawn from the yellow pipe to the left. You know what, let's just take a few hits and just see what happens. I don't think we ever passed a checkpoint, but maybe there was a cutscene checkpoint where we tapped without realizing it, like a forced continuation. That conveyor. I might be missing something extremely obvious. But we've got a loop here. And you gotta push over here. I feel like we did hit something here that maybe we weren't supposed to. I mean, the wing block definitely sort of implies something that we can take. Now, notice that we had the one-up mushroom earlier that came down. Maybe it's telling me something in the bottom, like we lost the helmet. Maybe there's something I'm supposed to decipher with the boxes that are below him. Like it says no block. I'm not sure, actually. Feels like I'm supposed to decipher something. Yeah, because we see... I'm looking at the lines down below. Yeah, so you have the note block, you have the various tracks. And as you can see, there's some kind of P-switch activation that has to happen. With the P-switch activation, then you get a P door to come out, and also there's an entire P column that is underneath Bowser. So I wonder if we're just supposed to wait until we're given a P-switch, or if there is something else I'm supposed to escape here. I think previously the issue too was that we hit the swing block. And maybe we're not supposed to. Wonder if it's something like a facing direction. I don't know. There's something we're supposed to do with a key activation. I just don't see it. Maybe we can get a slam on the cape? No. Don't really have enough height to do it. I feel like we're supposed to hit those, and then you get the feather. There's some kind of P-switch activation we're not seeing. Maybe it's by timer. Actually, wouldn't be too surprised at this point if it is supposed to be something like a timer check. Because we know some timed elements like the feathers do come in. But it seems like we waited an awfully long time earlier to see if anything would happen. But yeah, something is supposed to hit a P. And I think we're just going to try to wait it out to see if it is a timer. But if you just duck in, then, you know, damage is not really an issue. I just don't see anything else to interact with. I mean, we can hit the blocks. We know that after a certain time you still get things like the feather flying in, so quite possibly I think maybe we just get an AP flying in at some point. I mean, if you look at the lines, and if you remember that this is a Japanese maker, then maybe this is telling you 3133 something. But I'm not sure because it's telling me something about the platforms. Like, it might actually just be some kind of timing clue. There's something on a track at the top left of Mario. No, the wing block there was always just there. I think it's just part of the whole music track setup. Like, we checked all this before, actually. Maybe we can spin fly at this point. Yeah, I don't see it. I kind of suspect it's just some kind of long timer, but we might be totally wrong, and I'm just missing the whole interaction from something that we didn't trigger properly. I mean, there are, like I said, definitely timed events like the feathers coming in at a certain point, so I wonder... And of course, this has like a 40% clear rate, so... Maybe we do just sit on it. In which case, this might be a bit underwhelming. Because if there is an interaction, I don't see it. Like, I don't see that I can interact with anything here. Maybe I'm not supposed to fall into this trap in the first place. And I'm supposed to get out the pipe on the top left. Like, maybe this is a trap that I'm just not supposed to be in. But there's the P-door right there, so... Doesn't seem to make sense to me. Well, I mean, we're waiting an awfully long time. For a whole timer to go down. Let's see, what's the record in this? 10-second record, so... We're definitely missing something, I think. Let's just try to start over. Maybe that's just a trap, and we're not supposed to go there. Ten seconds. That tells me there's some... trickery here. 10-second clear. Like, maybe there's an escape. Oh, that's totally... Yeah, you see, this is actually... Yeah, that's supposed to be a death zone. It's just that... Well, we have some additional music here. Yeah, this is just a trick level, actually, I think. Wait, no, maybe not. But then if you do that first, maybe it changes something in this one. No, why would it, though? Because you go through a door in this one, it's in the same subworld. Let me see, let's check the pipes on this side. Oh, that's something. Curious. How would you get a 10-second clear on this? Oh, there's something shiny. No, that's just a Magic Koopa missile. I don't see it. So, one of this is going anywhere. Maybe you're supposed to... not fall in here. I mean, it looks like it's supposed to be a scroll break in the top right. Any possibility of a hidden pipe below Mario at the pipes? That's worth checking. It is entirely possible, that's the thing. But maybe there's some other escape route that is through this thing here. So that's clearly some kind of secret. But do we actually have a way to get out in this area? Well, yeah, you can scroll back over to the left. No, it's auto-scroll. Carrying you all the way back here. I wonder what it's telling me then. Yeah, maybe it's something cryptic that we just haven't figured out. It's been a little 10-second record. There's something we're not seeing. Yeah, you can't really fall out of this pit. There's just no real place to go. Yeah, I don't see it. Like, you have the whole note block thing down below. You have the decorations on a semi-solid, which looks suspicious. They look like they're supposed to give us some information. Felt like I activated something, but maybe not. Yeah, I have no idea. Huh. You think that, you know, you gotta... Oh, like this. We need to look at the layout, I think. I don't know what I'm dealing with here. This was not at all what I expected. Like, you have all these tracks here. You have a big initial loadout in the first zone. You have the yellow pipe that's pretty conspicuous on the left side of where you enter. I don't know what it is I'm missing. We might have to spoil ourselves here. There's some kind of trick, I'm sure. Some kind of trick we didn't see. But of course people are very good about not spoiling it. That's okay, because we don't really want to be spoiled. We don't want to figure out what's going on. You assume the level viewer won't work in this level? Well, you could try. I never really tend to use it. Look at this. I jumped, and then we've got something different here. And we're still here, though. But that seemed to be like a minute difference in something to do. Maybe there's a particular sequence we're supposed to map out. Let's just get some more music. Notice that there was a little bit of an opening at the end. In the top right there. I'm gonna try to jump up into that. There was something going on in the top right. Interesting. Oh, I guess I picked up with the... Yeah, the twister pushes you up into that column. Well, we hear the loop here. There was... Yeah, the twister pushes you up in that column because that's what forces you to drop. I don't think it does anything else. Is there something we haven't considered with what we can do with the Cape Feather? Or for that matter, with the Buzzy Helmet? Because definitely the yellow pipe in the next room looks suspicious, and we have no way of doing anything with it. I just don't see a way to get out once we're there. Like maybe we're not supposed to fall into this. You know, where if you just hang left or hang right or something, maybe there's something you can do. But I don't know, it just doesn't seem to make sense because it looks like a P-switch activation absolutely gets you out of there. Anyway, we might not take too long with this one. Because this is actually a case where I must be missing something really obvious. I'm looking at these lines here too. I don't think they mean anything, but... Let's see. Let's look at this layout really carefully. So, there's a muncher there, sitting on top of a P block. It's on top of the yellow pipe. It might just be part of the music instrument setup, though, because it looks like no blocks will float over there and get bumped. Get a mole here, and then I fall in here. When I do fall in, yeah, so that is that yellow pipe that we're looking at. Maybe it is some kind of last minute P-switch. I mean, I guess maybe we just have to watch out and just survive. For however long. I wonder what the 10-second method would be. Probably something glitchy, but in terms of standard clear, I mean, you know, it seems like we're just standing here interminably and nothing ever happened, but... I feel like the bottom tiles is supposed to give me some kind of visual clue and we're just not picking up on it. So we get a Cape Feather at this point. That's right at 200 seconds. Maybe we just wait on it. Possibly it's... Tell me, can a Cape to fire back? No, the Cape just... it just kind of blocks like that. Yeah, it can't be something really passive like that. I don't know why. Yeah, because you're given plenty of gear to just sit on this. And it really looks like there is just supposed to be a P-switch activation that happens, and then Bowser goes away and you get a P-door. And, you know, maybe we didn't wait long enough. Maybe we do need to wait practically the entire timer. Oh, and then we're in a position now where we're going to take damage. Hmm. That's really curious. Okay, we're not going to spend too long on it. I was expecting this to be just something short and quick because we saw, you know, high clear rate, familiar maker, just casual friendly. This is not at all what I thought would happen. Anyway, we'll just hide out here until such time as we're needed. Wait a minute. Oh, you know what? We just needed to jump repeatedly until we hit the wing block. That's what it was. Because with the wing block... Okay. That was so much simpler than I thought. Yeah, there was a wing block that was above the block that we activated. It was going up and down, and we actually just missed it every time. That's what happened. So that was much, much simpler. Much, much simpler than we thought. Okay, maybe not the best finish, but we tried. Well, it was fun while it lasted. But we're going to take off for today. And like I said, this looks like it's going to be it for our streams on Switch 1, in particular running Maker 2 on Switch 1. I don't know if we'll cram anything else in between now and the release of the Switch 2. We will, once again, see if Switch 2 breaks anything with the way that Mario Maker is handled. If it does, then we may have reason to pull out the Switch 1 again every now and then. But, I mean, it's Mario Maker. I don't think very much in the standard experience will be noticeable, and so it'll just be business as usual when we do return to this game. I don't know yet if we'll run viewer levels next week. We might be pretty preoccupied with things like the Welcome Tour and Mario Kart World. But the plan is to dip back into Mario Maker from time to time, and we're not abandoning this game by any means. But we'll have a lot more action here. If people want to follow along, as usual, if you can't make the streams, because I might be having some unconventional and offbeat times here and there, VODs are always on YouTube. And if you want to keep up with more plans for the channel going forward, they will occasionally be posted to Discord. Thank you for everybody who joined me for the stream today, and especially to the makers who submitted their creations. We always seem to have a pretty good mix here, and it keeps me coming back years and years after the launch of this game. We're going to toss you folks to some other channel very shortly. But for now, thanks for watching. And until we meet again, best wishes with the launch of the Switch 2 for those who celebrate, for those who are able to get one. And whether you're obtaining one or not, there will be quite a lot to take out of the next week or two when it comes to whatever it is we do here, and plenty to discuss, I'm sure. Have a wonderful time ahead of you with whatever you may be doing. And as always, fare thee well.